out the time to find. Legacy was in the making. A way was paved for us to find. We are standing at the battle line. This is our anthem. This is our cry. To see revival, the nations free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. So we are meeting at the battle, saying ground where you poured out. You are doing something greater. It is coming, it is now. So here we are in the Northlands, with our eyes set on your gaze. Canada will see revival, and it's flowing from this place. We are standing at the battle line. This is our anthem. This is our cry. See revival in the nations free. Oh, Canada, stand on guard. Oh, for thee. We are standing at the battle line. This is our anthem. This is our cry. To see revival, the nations free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard. Ruler supreme, oh, hear our prayer. Hold our dominion in your care. Oh, let us be, oh God, to thee, the rich reward for the nations to see. Ruler supreme, oh, hear our prayer. Hold our dominion in your care. Oh, let us be, oh God, to thee, the rich reward for the nations to see. So the seeds that have been planted in the soil of this land, every child that is living, you will walk with hand in hand. Every color, every nation, every tribe and every tongue, they will bow their knees before you as your daughters and your sons. Oh, we believe it, we prophesy that the seeds
Hello everyone. Salut tout le monde. J'espère que vous allez bien ce soir. Comme on espère, comme tous les fois, de pouvoir mettre le plus possible de vérité sur la table pour pouvoir passer à autre chose. So, guys, tonight we try to put more truth on the table. We need to be able to pass at other thing more important right now. And that's what we try to do. So I have some invite tonight. They're there tonight, and we'll have other people during the live. They're gonna join in. And like I said to everyone, guys, we need to be respectful. We need to let people talk. And sometimes we're not agree with what the people say, but we still need to let them talk and prove their proof. And we have to be respectful. Fait que pour tout le monde, gang, on essaie le plus possible de laisser les gens parler, d'être poli, c'est important. On veut la vérité avant tout, pas la chicane. Fait que c'est ce qu'on essaie de faire le plus possible. Fait qu'il faut être respectueux, même si on n'aime pas ce que les choses que les personnes disent, qu'on n'est pas d'accord. Prenez-vous des notes, puis après ça, vous pouvez, quand c'est à votre tour, répondre comme vous voulez. So, guys, I ask you guys for, because we're probably going to have more than one person at the same time on the live. When it's somebody else talk, we let them talk. And if we have something we're not agree, you can write it on paper. And when it's your turn, you can bring him back. So that way we respect everyone, and that way it's going to be good for tonight. I hope everyone agree with that, and we can move on with that. So I'm gonna add some people to the scene. Hello,
Hello.
hello. How are you doing, everyone?
Hello.
Hello,
Peace,
Norman.
man.
How
Are
are
you
you? Can you hear me okay?
pretty good? Pretty good.
I am coming from satellite, so if it happens to break, I will be back.
No problem.
How's it going, Norman?
So I think it's time for everyone. Oh, it's going very good, man. It's busy time and it's Christmas coming. I have some family come at home, and I try to be more prepared all the time, but I don't have much time. But we are there because I think it's very important to put the truth out and be able to fucking and sorry the way I will say it, but put the garbage at the garbage because it's enough. It's enough. When I see people, they waste their time and they are make some hope, fake hope on people. For me, that is bad, and we need to everyone to go in right direction, and they have the people, they have the good vision, and not have people around. They bring them like when I in French we say we pull the people from to the down, and we don't want to have people wait people. Sorry, do we have a problem with the? I'm seeing just.
Yeah, you probably do. Uh, so, Norman, I've been watching your lives, and we talked for the first time since 2023, I believe. Um, and we had a great conversation yesterday. And
Yeah, we do.
I wanted to clear some things up with people because I went to Ottawa for a reason. And I believe Canadians needed to go to Ottawa at that particular time in history, not just for us, but for the world. I believed in that, and I still believe in that. Okay? I don't want anybody to think any otherwise because that's just not true. But I went prepared, okay? Maybe a little bit more prepared than an average citizen, but because I'm not a protester. I don't go protesting. Never did before. I think maybe once when I was a teenager, you know. But when the mandates came out, I seen Justin Trudeau on a live television scrum, they call it, saying that he was going to bring in 2 federal mandates. And those 2 federal mandates were for COVID. One was for travel, one was for federal employees. But if you read the federal employees one, it suggests highly that all other corporations and provinces follow their lead. And you know what happens if you don't follow their lead is you start to lose money and whatnot and support and everything else. So this was the same thing that they did with COVID is they wanted the doctors and everybody else to do their dirty work, okay? And the media to do their dirty work. So before the mandates came into effect on October 8th, 2021, I had already put in a document to the Department of Justice. What the Department of Justice does is they have to make sure that a government program is legal before it is implemented, okay? Especially something as big as a medical mandate. So that's the only place to get the answers to me. And so I'm just going to pull this up and I'm going to read you that mandate or that question that I asked the Department of Justice. The Department of Justice okay, I don't know if you can see that document. Let me just check my screen here. Oh, whoops. Okay, and I happen to look up sometimes because I have a monitor that's up higher, just in case people are wondering. What was really important was this paper that I did. And it says that I am requesting all records between December 1st, 2020 and October 6th, 2021 associated with the legality and legal path of Justin Trudeau. Somebody, of course, is trying to call me right now and probably messing up my internet. Please don't call me if you know me and I'm on here. I'm going to wait for that call to go.
You should be able to end the call.
Yeah, no, it's up on the ceiling. You see, I live on the side of a mountain, so my internet's usually satellite, but tonight I decided to use my cellular because I actually got a signal, which is very rare. So I put my phone up on the ceiling so I can put it to my computer. So let me end that call.
Hey, Norman, while we're waiting for him to come back, is there a way to make, like, I don't know how to use StreamYard that well, but is there a way to make his box bigger so we can all see the document?
I think so.
Oh, I can also.
Oh,
Whoops. Okay, so this is the important part. So you see what day it was filed was September 23rd, 2021, before the mandates were put in place. So the reason why this document is important is because of I went and I looked through all the different legal channels in Canada at the time with anybody asking about the legality or the legal path of the mandates. So nobody was saying anything. I seen one comment from a lawyer at McGill University, but nothing ever came of it. So what I did was I requested the documents between a certain time, December 1st, 2020 and October 6th, 2021. All this information is available on my website anyways. So you can read this document on there. So yeah, the stupid phone's ringing again.
You can turn on off the sound notifications on it if you want. Like you put, I don't know if you got an
Not
Android,
even
but
the sound, you mute them.
Yeah.
Every group chat I've been brought into over the past years, I just mute it because of, distraction. Let's let them speak.
Okay, so I try to say this one more time, and it's not coming out right because of the interruptions. So I requested the legality and legal path of Justin Trudeau's announcements August 13th, 2021, and subsequently the implementation of these mandates regarding A, COVID-19 vaccinations for federal employees, and B, travel, domestic and international, to and from Canada, not only Canadians. And I allowed them to exclude certain information like drafts and publicly available information, stuff that's redundant to me. What came of this is why I went to Ottawa. This is why I bring this document up, is I went to Ottawa standing on this documentation because what it says underneath my request is that they had placed an extension of 1,825 days on my request. That is 5 years, folks, to get the answer on whether the mandates were legal or not. No other lawyer or anybody, because the DOJ and the OIC have told me, nobody has requested this information. Not one person in Canada. So nobody asked if they were legal or to prove it. So what happened when they placed the extension, that is illegal. It was illegally placed. And I made complaints to our Office of Information Commissioner because of that. And because of that, those complaints, which were marked invalid over 6 times, finally, I got one of them validated. After an investigation started, 4 other laws being broken by our Department of Justice were, it's in a final report and orders, which I can give you the link to the government site that shows those report and orders, which are legally binding from the OIC to the Department of Justice. Now, this is why I went to Ottawa. So I was already very disliked by our political arena, let's call it, because I don't believe it's one party that's in control. I believe it's all parties. Okay, that's my belief. Now, when I was in Ottawa, I made sure to note a few things. When I went there, you'll notice that I stood on a yellow line in a particular spot. The reason why that spot was chosen was because all the cameras that are on Wellington, on Wellington, on the Parliament side and on the Privy Council are excluded from access to information because of security issues for the country. So there are 2 cameras, though, that are owned by the citizens and operated by City of Ottawa. And one is at Metcalfe and Wellington, right where I was standing, facing me, and where all the police beatings happened right in front of me. So the reason why I stood there was because that camera was capturing that area consistently, and the police were using it. So why don't we use it? This is the logical thinking that you're talking about, Norman. We need people to think, and if you disagree with me, tell me why you disagree, okay? So I put in two applications, ATI, access to information applications for these two cameras. I'll show you those right here. Okay. And now, okay, so they're on your screen now. These are, one is to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, because before I went to the city, I put one into the RCMP, because in the EA inquiry, they actually used this camera, and it is where I got the actual number of the camera, the digital footprint of that camera. And they used it in the EA inquiry. I can show you a page where you can see it working and everything in the video section of the Emergencies Act inquiry. But they only used it when there was nothing happening. No beatings, no nothing. So the Royal Canadian Mounted Police told me they had no records of that camera. But in the EA inquiry, the commissioner himself says that they had access to every city camera across Canada that was related to the Freedom Convoy. So they lied on the ATIP request, which I'm dealing with. But they did say in the letter to ask City of Ottawa. So the next place we go is the City of Ottawa. I did that. They said that it's in another court case. It cannot be released, but they will not give the docket number for the court case. It's very strange. So this brings me to my arrest. When I was arrested, on the paperwork, which you will notice on a lot of people's paperwork that was arrested, you're going to notice this discrepancy.
We'll have to read it because we don't see it pretty good.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
I'll read
can
it.
you please read that for us, because it does make it hard to see on here.
Is
Yeah,
there no
give
way
me
to
a
make just his box the only focus? Is there?
I try, but
Okay, can you read it a little better there? Oh, whoops.
That does nothing.
Wait, it's right here.
Norman's trying. He can. He figures it out. He can focus Dana's on here so we can see.
It would probably be that, and see if you can move to a different name.
Okay, yeah, there is a way you can make me the main screen, because this is an important
that's
part.
what
This
I'm
is about
trying
this.
to do.
Technical difficulties. Just
Take your
hang
time.
together.
Take your time.
He's getting it.
This is important because it has to do with everybody's arrest that was in Ottawa. And am I on the right screen? No, hold on. Okay. So the top paper is when you are arrested, you are given a release form.
There we go.
And on that release form, it lists the laws that you are suspected of breaking. One of those laws that they charged me with 4 different criminal accusations. One of them was disobey lawful court order. Now, this is very important. That word court is very important, because what other court orders were in effect at the time other than the Emergencies Act? When I got to court and the files came up, that word court disappeared, and it got changed to disobey lawful order. this is very important. I brought this concern up with the courts and everything, and my lawyer and other lawyers, and they really did not have an excuse for why the documents were manipulated in the courts. Okay. So because of this, I started doing a really deep dive investigation into what the RCMP and Ottawa police organizations were conspiring to do. And this is where we get into arguments with other people and things like this, because I'll tell you, all these people that say that they planned this and they are the heroes and the whatevers, none of them, nobody has been doing complaints to places like the LECA. Okay. Okay, so when we were all arrested, if you had a complaint with the Ottawa police, you went to police standards section OPIRD at the Ottawa police. They were being inundated with so many complaints that a new entity was created, and it's called the LECA. Law Enforcement Complaints Agency of Ontario. Nobody has lodged complaints from 2022 at the LECA other than myself, unless they're hiding it, which is totally possible. When I logged my complaint immediately after my arrest with OPIRD, I didn't get contacted till late in 2022, 10 months later, and they said that they could do nothing until my criminal case was dealt with. So I waited until my criminal case was dealt with, and I did not know about the LECA because it was only created in 2024. And by the way, if you want to make a complaint or criminal charges against a police officer, you have to do it within 6 months, they say. But this is not true. None of these people, these podcasters, these lawyers, none of them have followed the proper path, okay, to hold accountability on the RCMP and Ottawa police. And this has a lot to do with hashtag PIIP, political interference into policing. And that's exactly what we're dealing with on a huge scale in Canada, not only on the streets, because if it's happening on the streets, it's happening in the House of Commons with MPs, but the other way. They're being protected other than being arrested for standing in peace. I did not go to Ottawa to become hated by people. I did not go to gain a family or friends or anything of the sort. Never even entered my mind, because I was focused on building a case, either whether it showed that the government and the police acted accordingly or whether they acted unaccordingly. And that's where we went, was unaccordingly. But we have another thing in the mix. We have, if you think that only our government cabinets are penetrated, along with our banks and our corporations, then you're not paying attention, because the biggest threat to globalists that are causing the destabilization in many countries are citizen-led movements. We see it happening all over the world. And these are because citizens are not backing down. But because of that, what the globalists have done is they've sent in a lot of actors and crisis actors and things like this, the same tactics that we've seen used before by BLM or whatever, okay? And Antifa and hate groups, diagoloons, things like that. So I'm getting to a point is that we are not thinking logically on holding the accountability because of all the distractions, because people are selling tickets to things and that go nowhere, and class action lawsuits that go nowhere. They have nothing to do with accountability. In every one of our government institutions, accountability is built into, without having to go through the court system, is built into the systems. And we have to use those. I call them citizen tools.
Just a minute, guys, please. I'm going to answer my phone for my house arrest.
Just put it on mute, Norm. That's all.
Peace, man. I was wondering if you wanted to bring up the Freemasons' involvement in the convoy. I don't know if you were planning on that.
Oh, please.
I am trying not to get into separatists and Freemasons and all of these different things. Okay.
Bringing up Diagolon is kind of the same thing, so it'd be nice to touch everything so everybody would be aware.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we bring up the Freemasons.
The reason, no, I personally won't talk about them right now because it's not part of what I have been investigating. The reason why I said the Diagolons is because they had a huge impact, supposedly, in our government decisions and stuff like that, very publicly. Okay.
But just so everyone knows, Diagolon was a joke. You know, it's a goat who is the leader. Like, I'm sorry, but no animal can be a leader of any political event. So
I don't find it very funny. Okay, that things like the Emergencies Act were helped by people like the Diagolons and by Freedom Corporation themselves, by placing demands on our country.
Or by ordinary government workers or police hiding in the crowd, pretending there's somebody else participating when they're just meeting another agenda.
Yeah, whatever. I'm focusing on what I can prove and what I've seen.
Sandy, Dana Lee, haven't you already done a video that you sent me a while back about the involvement with the Masons? The Masons have been orchestrating the world events for a long time. So I do think it's very important to show that.
I've never made a video about Masons at all, ever. I've seen other people's stuff.
Clandestine is Masons.
Okay. What I can prove about Freedom Convoy and the organizations behind the takeover was that on January 30th, a corporation was made, and that corporation was called Freedom 2022 Human Rights and Freedoms Corporation. Just so I'm correct,
is that Freedom Corp?
Known as Freedom Corp, as it was said in the EA inquiry. Now, that corporation, what I did was I've gone to Corporations Canada and I requested all their documentation, and I was granted that documentation a while back, okay? That corporation on February 8th of 2022, a director of that corporation named Tamara Lynch sat and read off demands, and I have the sheet that she read off of, to our country, which is a Five Eyes country. In our Five Eyes agreement, our country cannot give in to any demands like this, especially from corporations and things like this. So the way we're supposed to deal with it is by not addressing it whatsoever. And this is exactly why the government never responded to the citizens, because it's in their rules not to. Okay. And people don't understand this. All those blacked out documents at the EA inquiry, some of them have to do with the Five Eyes investigation and their agreement. So
just so everybody understands that a little bit better, the people they look up to as organizers have a little bit more of an agenda to play than just being there for the Canadian citizens, right?
Yes, and we'll get to that. We'll get to where they invited me into their secret clandestine rooms, and I have shown this stuff. I did not say
Guys,
anything
sorry,
in the first.
Pishan. Guys, can you all tag Tamara and Pat and Chris Barber? Tag them all in the live and go on their show if they are there and tell
Oh,
them to
they will
come.
never
Oh,
ever speak
they're
to me.
watching, but they won't come on here. You know,
No, and they won't.
Yeah, but if everyone tag them and everyone invite them, maybe one time they will fucking do it.
They
yeah.
only.
So if everybody can tag them, blow it up. But we'll see. Keep on going. Sorry to interrupt.
They only show up to their scripted places, okay, where they're protected by their people, because it's a large group, okay, and this is very easily shown, but we're not there yet, okay. I'm telling this story because there's a reason why I went to Ottawa. I've told you that. I've shown you the documentation. The arrest, that's what I'm speaking about now, and we're getting off track. But the arrest itself was illegal, and I went to court with a 17-page charter challenge, which is on my website for download, and it is bulletproof, okay? And when I showed up to court, not one of these media, not one media on any side showed up, okay, to one of the very important cases. I'm not saying my case is most important or anything. Don't put words in my mouth or try to use it against me, because I don't care what people think in that way. I'm telling you that I am doing the work in the background to hold accountability. That's what I'm doing. And
so with them saying that, can you please show us some more rather than talking about the past? As everybody's tuning in, we all want to know how we are moving forward, because there's a lot of eyes on this. There's a lot of people.
yeah,
This isn't a time for personal dilemmas. This is how do we push forward as Canadians in Canada.
absolutely. Okay, so when I was arrested and I found out that these inconsistencies in my paperwork in the courtroom, I started thinking about lodging the complaints, and I did that right away with Ottawa Police. They said they couldn't do anything until I went to court. From that time, before I went to court, but I was also doing these ATIP requests for the camera footage, for a lot of other things, okay? Very important things. When you're thinking of logistics of holding a protest like this, you have to think about the security and how you're going to prove if it all goes wrong, okay? And I don't think any of these organizers ever thought of anything like that. We have experts that were called at the EA inquiry, like Tom Marazzo and
Yeah, bullshit expert.
what's his name there? The other Danny Bulford. Okay, so these guys were called as experts not only at the EA but in court cases where they said that they had thought of all of the security issues, and this is why they were working with police and everything else, okay? But they were speaking for you. I want you to really think about that, because they say they were speaking for you, okay?
Well, and this is where we could see over time, though, none of them have been speaking for us. Like, the main thing that I'm even fighting for right now is protecting our youth.
Exactly.
And that's the main thing that everybody in this country should be on, is protecting and saving our kids worldwide.
Well, we need to get to the root of the causes, and the root is political interference into policing. If we can't hold government people responsible through the law, then nothing is ever going to change. It doesn't matter. You're not going to vote your way out of this, okay? So I believe in our systems working. I do. I believe that we can fix it when it's broken.
I just want to say, me personally, who's been through family court, and I've seen that there are certain government services that were offered that are supposed to be caring for the children, courts are supposed to be caring for the children and in children's best interest, but they don't do that. So if they won't do that for young, vulnerable children, what makes you think they're going to do that for everybody else in society upon these more serious topics, which are just making the bureaucrats and the private corporations, because everything that used to be independent is now private. If you used to look at our hydro, our water facilities, everything, it used to be owned by the city, owned by the land. Now it's all privatized after they unionized it. Now
Okay,
nobody
well,
knows who's controlling what.
hey, I understand people are hurt by generational traumas and things like this from going through these court proceedings and these other things. But I'm personally, I do not lose faith because we all have to live together. There has to be a social agreement, which means governments and laws. There has to be. Okay?
Yeah, I agree.
But
I
it's
agree.
how
They still have to have a system, okay, in place by the people,
Okay.
for the people.
Yes, I
But we
never
have
said
to
there,
understand
there
Without,
couldn't
without
be.
the system, it's going to be a chaos, okay? I understand. But my point and my opinion about the system, and it's too much deep corrupt,
It's corrupt.
so it's impossible to arrive there if you a good group, okay? That's my opinion. You're a good group and you have all the good intention in the world to fix the problem, okay? It's so much corrupt from dark, from far away, that a small group will impossibly be able to make everyone fall down because they all protect each other. Like
But
we
it's
all
built.
should do, the Canadian, we all should protect each other
It's
and
built
be
like this,
strong on
though.
that. And yes, we
yeah,
need a system. And yes, we
but
need people with knowledge.
we are in a new age. I grew up before the digital age. I helped I started to program computers before the internet at age 11. Okay, and taking them apart and building them and selling them and everything else. Now we're in that digital age. We're in a new age in this entire world, and we need to fix the generational problems that have been created because of greed and power and perversion. Okay.
The system has created that. This is
Yes,
the
yes.
system's problem. The
But
government, since
when
they've
people
been
talk
here,
to me, when
since the
people talk
government
to
has
me like
started,
this,
there's
I
always
ask
been problems of corruption because they
Let him
designed it that way.
when
Matt.
people talk to me like this, I say, show me where you have questioned, use the ATIP systems, use the accountability systems, because I'll tell you, I did an ATIP request on how many ATIP requests were done in 2022. Do you know how many were done in the entire country?
Not too many.
1,700.
Not many are aware of those types of performs to go at the legal system like you may be trying to do. But there's different ways to go about it, and it's not an emotional way. It's something like this is a trying time, and it's a hard time for all of us. I found a receipt the other day back from 2018 where I paid $6.99, not on sale, for a 24 case of pop. $4 for a block of cheese. Go to the grocery store now. How much you paying? Not just double. You're paying triple that amount.
Yeah.
The
again,
cost of living keeps going up. Like,
I
this
get
is
it.
the time
We're
for
talking,
community to come together. It's not about no cult. It's not about no following. This is humans being a part of humanity and doing what's right.
okay, but you want to get to the part where how can we prove that these people that have been creating the distractions are involved with the help of the destabilization of our country and screwing these systems? Okay,
Well,
that's
and
what
that's not something that anybody would have by paperwork, but something which this society lacks nowadays is common sense. But I
exactly.
do still talk to a lot of elders on a day to day, and they already know how fuck shit is, and they
But they
feel
don't do
for our
anything
youth.
either.
Because you know what happens? Our youth now
No,
have
my
no
parents tell me,
future.
I'm too old. I'm just gonna I'm not gonna do anything. They won't even help
Well, I'm
me.
32 years old. I'm not too old. I have two beautiful children. I'm a full-time single father. I hold it down for mine, and I teach them the right way so they can further on in life and teach and preach the positivity and the light. Because it's not about being egotistical, not being prideful or part of something where they want you to say a certain thing. I've never been, and I never will be controlled by anybody. Too many
Okay.
people that got into the convoy. The convoy, you know what made the convoy? It was the people. It was the community driving
I
around,
agree.
and people were
I agree.
giving donations. People were
I
giving
gave
their own money.
10,000 hugs. Okay.
No, but it
Hugs
was
from
the people, okay?
strangers.
It wasn't anybody they wanted to call a big time organizer who the mainstream media said it's who it was. It has nothing to do with any of those individuals. You've actually had some good people try to get something going without trying to make money or take money from everybody else. But unfortunately, they've all been shot down, and I'm one of them.
Okay.
You got to have money to make changes, unfortunately.
So
Well, straight up.
now
That's
it
the way
has
the
cost
system
me
works.
over $60,000 of my own money since 2022 for this. Okay.
Well, and it's unfortunate to hear that, but you don't need to say those like that's personal stuff. You don't need to say that
No,
over a live. Like,
it is part
we have a
of,
live right now where people are trying to listen and understand, because now is the time we come together and we end all the nonsense, because it is time.
But
We need to move forward.
Eastman, you
Yeah.
talked to me last time, and you bring me some lot of very good point we need to bring out tonight. I'm pretty sure people that's waiting for that. So
Okay. Yeah, I'll continue.
yeah,
Thank you, Norman. So when I was arrested and I went to court, no judge showed up, no media showed up, and it was remanded till later on in the day. I went back later on in the day. It was remanded again to the next day. Never seen this happen before in a court where no judge would take the case. After it was done, I immediately went back to the Ottawa police to follow up on the case file that I have, where I wanted to charge the police for illegal arrest. And they informed me that there's a new organization called the LECA. And that's this organization where this is my second complaint to them. Okay. Because like I told you with the DOJ, they marked my complaints invalid 6 times before it was validated and verified. Okay. So when they tell you no, if you know that you're right, you have to keep going. You just have to prove it more. You have to really prove yourself is what you have to do. So the new LECA complaint is based on the complaints with the RCMP that I did and the LECA. The LECA gave me a final report that said that the Ottawa police were not the arresting officers, that officer 5419 57914 was an RCMP officer, but that's not what the court filings indicate. Okay. The court filings indicate that it was actually an RCMP officer. So this is now what's called 366 of the criminal code. And that is under fraud, document manipulation. Okay. The LECA tried to protect the officers with what's called the Policing Act of Ontario 2019. But in the Policing Act, everything under the very first line of the act is on good faith. Good faith is what's important, okay? Good faith is what's important. If they when they manipulated documentation to go to the courts, that's not good faith now, is it? So then they said,
they
now,
manipulate all the system.
yeah, so now they closed my complaint because they said, well, it's out of our hands. It's into the RCMP hands. You're going to have to make a complaint with them. So I went and I made a complaint with them. It's called the CRCC. That's the complaint department for the commissioner of the RCMP. That, because I already had the officer's number, they had to give me the name to the officer, which they did. The name to the officer is actually Matthew Castonagüe. Okay? But my arresting reports and the officer is said to be an officer Jim Cahuan or whatever, which I'm sure is the same arresting officer for many of the 200 people.
And he was arrested on the Freedom Convoy.
Well, in front of the Parliament buildings. A convoy ceases to exist when it stops. Then
No,
it
but
became a protest. Okay, it was
Norman
no
was
more.
asking us, when did you get arrested? When are you talking? Did you get arrested at the convoy? Was it after the convoy?
February 19th, 2022, standing directly in. So if you don't know that very basic information, Freedom CJ.
I know, but I'm just clarifying for Norman because you have to understand they're Quebec and
Norman
they
knows I
mainly
was
speak
there.
French and they're
Seen
trying to understand. So that's all.
No,
And
it's
if you want to get
Norman
personal, just leave it
But for
out
the
and
people,
keep it how it's supposed to go. And it's not supposed to be about oneself or person. What can everybody do for themselves? That's all I'm going to say.
I'm going to show you something here.
and we know
Blow his screen up so
talking
everybody
about-
can see. He wants to show us something, so right now we can't see, eh?
Oh, I'll get it on the screen. Don't worry.
we need to talk about the point where we was talking last time about the people that was
Yes,
working with government and all the people that organized this fucking convoy and everything. We need to bring
exactly.
that to the table because more we're gonna push it out and more they're gonna come maybe to explain themselves because if they're there for the true, like they said, and they ask money for that, they have to show up one time and talk about their side.
I don't have that what I wanted to show you available right now. So then the RCMP came out with a final report to me giving me the name of the arresting officer, but they closed the investigation on the grounds of that they fall under the RCMP Act. Okay. I have opened a new investigation with them because now I have new information that they did not, because they were not acting in good faith, and I can prove that now. Now it's a new investigation. But one thing the RCMP said is that they can't do anything until I file criminal charges in the police of jurisdiction. The police of jurisdiction are the Ottawa police, which have already stonewalled me, right? So what I did was I called and I asked to speak to the internal affairs. And I spoke to them and I ended up getting a file number pressing charges on the two officers, one from RCMP and one from the Ottawa police. That is an ongoing investigation right now, and I've given them newer information. And yesterday is this new complaint that you see now on the screen, and it's at the LECA, and it is very thorough with their own documentation. They have file numbers and everything else. Okay.
Sorry, but
And
going
it
through
also,
so fast and it's very blurred out even though you're the main screen. Can you please blow it up a little bit more and go a little bit slower so people can see? That's all. Thank you.
actually, I'm going to do one better. Oh, beautiful, because I'm going to read this here. Let me just change the...
Okay, even if you can read it and we'll keep our mics shut off.
Okay. Oh, come on. I want to get rid of that. Okay. Okay, I have it in a window by itself here. Oh, my. I can't do it. Okay. So it says police misconduct and apparent political interference, February 19th, 2022 arrest. I was arrested on February 19th, 2022 while peacefully protesting in Ottawa without provocation or reasonable grounds. Evidence obtained through civilian oversight bodies reveals discrepancies in official reports. Arrest reports and court documents falsely attribute the arrest to Ottawa Police Officer Jim Cahoon, 10234, when it was actually conducted by RCMP Officer Matthew Castagonaway, 57914. These inconsistencies raise serious questions about potential violations of the Canadian Criminal Code Section 366 and 465 1B, as well as political interference into policing. Despite exhaustive efforts through LECA, OPS, PSU, and CRCC, I have encountered circular referrals with no substantive investigation. Relevant oversight files, and I list all the file numbers: Law Enforcement Complaints Agency, Civilian Review Complaints Commission, Ottawa Police Service Professional Standards. And regarding the time constraints, I understand that complaints under the Community Safety and Policing Act 2019 are generally subject to a limitation period, typically of 6 months from the incident or decision with possible extensions. However, due to the ongoing circular referrals between LECA, OPS, PSU, repeated stonewalling, and delays in obtaining critical evidence through the oversight process themselves, I have been prevented from advancing this matter in a timely manner through no fault of my own. I respectfully request any applicable time limitations be waived or extended in the interests of justice to allow this new complaint to proceed on its merits. Now, the letter goes on with very detailed information. And what I'm going to say is the next thing that started happening to me in 2022, I didn't have any type of hate. All I ever got was people really enjoying and understanding my speeches I was doing. I was asked to help Live from the Shed. I was asked to help Freedom Tour. I was asked to help Canada Unity. I was asked to help Canadian Women for Freedom, all these different organizations. All of these different organizations I was asked to help, and I did. I offered my help. I never inserted myself anywhere. I only answered the calls.
I was at KOA. You remember that, right?
Yes. And
I
I'll
was
tell
someone
you, KOA,
not organizing, but I knew what was going on. I knew what happened, and you were someone that was local, and the owners trusted, correct?
the owners
I was supposed to be there at KOA. Me and I finished in jail.
Well, the KOA, you see, what many people didn't understand is that Angela is a friend of mine. 3 months
Well,
before.
so that's what I was asking. That's all we need to know about the way that it was handled.
3
And the
months
way that things were
before.
dealt with. The most respect we had was for our truckers. Okay. Then came. Sorry, I was like.
But before
3 months before the KOA, Angela asked me if I hold something here for the freedom community, Dana, would you protect me? Would you help me? And I promised her in front of other people, yes, I will. So when I was asked by Canada Unity only as a speaker to be there and they could put my face on their
Freedom
poster,
through unity, correction.
Canada Unity
No,
is
it
who
was Freedom Through
contacted.
Unity because it was Amanda Cobblestone and a couple other people who were running that event.
Don't correct my side of the story. I'm telling my story. So
Okay,
just
I apologize. I
hold on.
won't. You say your thing. Yep.
So I was contacted by Jason LaFosse and Bowder, James Bowder, and said, we're doing this thing at, and they made the agreement with Angela. Nobody else made the agreement with Angela. Only Canada Unity did. So then these other groups were supposed to have a gathering at a different camp, Camp Eagle or something like this. And it didn't work out. So they ended up, everybody was going to go to the KOA. And that's what happened. It was supposed to be beautiful. It was supposed to be where
everybody didn't go. I'll just correct that because I do know not everybody went to KOA. Camp Eagle was invite only, and you actually had James Top and many other ones go there, and unless you had the invite, you weren't allowed to go. So KOA was kind of the riffraff, people causing shit, and there was a lot of nonsense because you would know, Dana, we dealt with it together.
Okay. So in 2022, I never had any problems. And then I answered this call from Canada Unity and this Jason LaFosse character. He wanted to put my face on a poster. When I am asked to do that, I said to him, I need to be part of the organizational Zoom meetings to be able to allow my face and for me to be a speaker, because I want to know who I'm speaking with and et cetera, et cetera. He agreed to that. So for a month before the KOA, we were having weekly meetings on Zoom. And I could see, I didn't speak much during those meetings, but I could see that they didn't have anything planned properly. They didn't even have a fire extinguisher planned, no water, no medical tent, no security, nothing planned. All that they planned for were the bracelets that you had to pay for. And they had those printed and stuff, but they didn't do anything else. So when I showed up,
I'll just interrupt you just for a minute. I just want to let people know, okay, we are going to the point with all the big name that people know. They are part of government organization. It was all there by purpose, by government with the convoy and everything. And that's the point I really want to talk about it, because when we talk, me and you, all those points, and you tell me you have a lot of proof about it and everything, and that's what I want to talk tonight.
Yeah, well, really that's where we're getting.
Because I want to move on this, because the people right now, they're still stuck with those fucking, pardon me, garbage people. Yeah. Okay, and I want the people to understand who they deal with. So
well, like Dana already said earlier, and it's true, too many people are doing these events over these past years since the convoys died down. We all know that the convoy will never be repeated, as beautiful as it is. Okay, well, and these individuals are still making money, but it's only big names. Now, I'm not going to say too much, but when someone brings a diplomat from an European country down here to their little shack type place, it says enough.
Okay, but that's where we're getting to, Norman, right now. We're at the end of 2022. The KOA had just finished, okay, and we seen the problems. We started to identify the problem people, the crisis actors. During that KOA thing, I got to identify some of those crisis actors. And then I was contacted by Eva Chipiuk well, first of all, I got a lawyer to help represent me, a private lawyer named Monique Grenier, and I signed an agreement with her privately to be my lawyer. I gave her a down payment, but she said, I'm going to try to find lawyers to help you fund this. And I get a notification from her that JCCF has been willing to fund up to $25,000 was the estimate for my case. But they were only to be a payee on my retainer. They were not representing me or nothing. But the very first news bulletin they put up, which is still up, with a donate button beside my face on their page, okay, it says, we are taking the case of Dana Lee Melfi, known as Peaceman. And it was a lie to people. And I disagreed with it. I could show you in emails. It's actually, I've given this information freely on my website. So JCCF, all of a sudden, I don't have to raise any money or anything. JCCF is going to pay up to $25,000. The end of 2022, though, when the EA started, I get an invitation to a clandestine group. That's exactly what they called it, clandestine, okay? And this group, give me 1 second. This is what Norman wants out. So I'm giving it to you.
And you know what that group is, right?
I'm going to tell you here in a second. Okay. This is my file system, and it's called Fight Club for a reason. Okay.
Blow that up. 'Cause I've already heard about this, and come on, please. I want to see if this is what it's supposed to be.
Well, actually, I want to show you a couple things in this. So is that better? Oh,
Hey,
you
Norman,
don't see my full.
Norman, blow him up to be the main one on camera, if you're there.
Yeah, Norman has to give me full screen, or else it's not going to work.
You're good.
Okay. Oh no, it's still not. It's only showing a square.
Try to work around it. You see it on your screen.
Yeah. Okay. So here you're going to see I have a very extensive file management here with all the different names and people and what they've done and everything else, because I had to start investigating these people that said that they spoke for all Canadians. Okay.
Just to let you know, guys, when I talk with him, okay, he always say he was recording thing, and he have some record on everyone and everything. He always tell me the truth for that. So I was happy he was honest with that with me, and I was not scared, because at the end of the day, I don't have nothing to hide. So that's why I talk with him openly, and that's why right now he's on the live right now, and he can talk his truth, and people will have the chance to ask the question about it.
No, and that's
And
respectable. And anything that he has on there with anybody, please, everybody come on and speak your truth.
That's the goal of the live, guys. So we're not gonna we're going to the goal, and I think it's gonna be a pretty good one. And I know people don't like what he say. The people like what he say, but at the end of the day, everyone has the right to speak about their truth, and we all talk about it. And people, they have different vision or different thing they know. They can bring it up and talk. Keep going. Sorry for interrupting.
So yeah, on your screen you're going to see a heading, and you're wondering why if you read any of my stuff, you're probably wondering why I always say clandestine group. Okay. This is why, because this is their heading. And it says inquiry inquisitors, narrative destroyers, human rights defenders, mission focused, and clandestine with a zipped lip. Okay.
They're the opposite of that. They're the literal opposite of everything, because they are the Freemasons, and they take our freedoms away. They silence people. Everything you just said, they do the opposite.
Yes. So when I was, the first thing that I seen when I was asked to be in this group was this ad. Okay. And what this ad says, let me just make it larger, the important part. What this ad says, and it was posted by Beth Ann Nodwell. You can see it's in that Canada Rights Freedoms Movement with, actually, you'll even see Chris Barber and Tamara's name with Eva Chipiuk and other people at the top. You can see the date, October 16th. That's when they had conditions not to be communicating with any other organizers, correct?
Yeah,
So,
there was stuff down in around my area too, and but for some reason they ended up coordinating together. But this is eye-opening, so continue.
now this is what's important right here at the bottom. When I seen this, that is a death threat. Okay, to me, if you grew up in my area and somebody said, you know, remember the first rule of Fight Club, means you don't talk about it. And I didn't,
It's a little too zoomed in, so the people can only see so much.
Yeah, can you zoom out a bit?
It's just this part that's important here. Remember the first
can you
rule.
Move it over? Because we can only see the first rule of Fight Club. We can't see the left of that.
Oh, hold on.
There we go.
Sorry. Okay.
Good to go.
Way better.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. So the first rule of Fight Club, and if you didn't see the top of it when I was describing that, you can see Chris and Tamara's name. They're talking to each other. They're in this group. It's October 16th, 2022. And this is Bathsheba Vandenberg that's going to host a presentation. That presentation was a Zoom meeting. And just to prove that I was in the Zoom meeting,
Tamara and Chris, where are you guys? Come out and play. Yay.
okay.
Is that
So-
Rob Primo I see on that?
So you see on the screen, you see Eva Chipiuk, Beth Ann Nodwell, Rob Primo,
All I
Andy
needed to know.
Lee, Sean Newman, and a whole bunch of others, okay? So there's 53 people in this group, and they have what's called this document that we were just talking about, and it is called, let me just open that document and open it for you here.
Someone say it's made after the convoy. Is it correct?
Yes, this is after the convoy. This is during the EA inquiry, but these people have been working together. I'm going to show you with their documentation for quite some time. Okay.
So during the convoy.
Absolutely.
All right.
And I'll show you a video where Joe Bourgault admits that he picked who was going to be the voices for the convoy. Okay.
Joe Bourgault tried to control our convoy when we crossed Canada after the convoy. And when I see was in the picture, I say no. I said we don't fucking follow fuck all of politics because I never want to be part of politics, and I still don't.
Yeah. So here you have their document, their internal document. Okay. And this is while I was in this group. When I entered the group and seen that Fight Club reference, I thought I better start protecting myself. So I started, I'm very knowledgeable in computers and programming and whatnot. So I spidered everything that they had, every document, every conversation, everything that they were saying. And it's all actually video recorded in 40 hours. of what they did. Okay. There's no way I can show everybody all of this stuff and have them understand. People don't get past 3 minutes, let alone 1 hour of explanation. It's very, very difficult. So this document you're going to see is 88 pages long. Okay.
Yep.
But what I'm going to show you is one of the most important pages.
Can we do something, Dana?
What?
Can we? You can speak. You can say direct what you have to say, and if people want the proof of it, okay, they just have to ask you in private, and you will be able to give them the proof.
Oh, they don't have to. I actually am going to give you a link where all of these documents I'm showing are available for download, and I have done that. Even in my most recent posts on my Facebook and on my X account. Okay. But people, and I'll tell you, hundreds of people are contacting me by saying, oh my God, you're opening my eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
Because these people never talk about this. These people do not have discussions like this, like we are having. Okay. So, this page is very, very important for everybody to understand. Can you read this page?
Not really.
Okay. I'm going to read from the top. It says document control. It says document owner, Bathsheba Vandenberg. Location of master version document on her laptop. About this version, issued as a draft following the feedback from Keith Wilson and Eva Chipiuk. Document history, version number. This is when they started actually sharing it with people. Version 8. So if you think that this wasn't made a long time ago before this, before October 16th, then you're not paying attention. Version 8, extra edits and photos added by Bathsheba Vandenberg, October 16th, 2022. Limited access to Eva Chipiuk, Keith Wilson, Stu, Bethann Nodwell, Jerome O'Sullivan, Chris Barber, Tamara, Tom Marazzo, and Danny Bulford. Now, these are all people that most of them have conditions not to be even speaking together or planning anything. And that's specifically in their conditions. But here they are. This is a plan. This is a document. I'm showing you that this is a very coordinated document. And I actually have a video that explains this entire document. And that video I'm not going to show the video, but I'm just going to show you where you can find it. You can find it on my YouTube, okay? And you'll see it at the very top. It's called Fight Club and the Stakeholder Engagement Strategy. Okay. And this video is very important because I go through every page of this document that we are discussing. Now, and if you want to go to the YouTube, the information is right here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to show you just a couple other pages of this document just to show you how treasonous this document is. Okay. These are in the group. Well, first of all, let's play a small recording of exactly who is in the group. I'm going to send you a file, Norman, because I don't think the sound is going to come through on the way I'm showing you my documents right now. So I'm going to send this document to you. There you are. Norman. It's not very big and it's only a minute or two long, okay?
Yeah, but I don't know how to put it on, so I'm not the best with that.
Oh, you don't know how to show the file? Okay. Well, let me just see if I can talk my way through it, and I will show it then, okay?
Yeah.
This is where the stakeholder engagement strategy originates from. This group.
Okay, hold on.
I was invited into this group.
Whoops. Let's see if we can get this for you here. Because this is very important. You're wondering who's in the group, who else is joining this group afterwards, etc., etc. There it is. Okay. So you're probably not going to hear the sound, but I'm going to let this play. It's 3 minutes and 14 seconds. And it explains right from the beginning where I am when I got this message and et cetera, et cetera. Oh, where's my video? There it is.
This is where the stakeholder engagement strategy originates from.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
This group. I was invited into this group in early October of 2022. In this group, you will see the members. Eva Chipiuk at the time was a lawyer for JCCF, facilitating this communications room against clients' court-ordered conditions. Bethan Nodwell was one tasked to seek out influencers and media and invite them to this group. We see now that there's even MPs in our House of Commons in this group. You will see military personnel in this group. You'll see mainstream media in this group. You'll see a lot of alternative media in this group. You will see a group of people that have all worked together to create and destroy narrative.
Now I'm going to pause it right there for a second, because this group didn't only try to create and destroy narratives, but I personally seen them targeting certain citizens and silencing them. Okay. You will notice that all the people in this video only interview each other. They don't have any other people that they interview because it's too dangerous to them. Okay. Like us, they will never come on a live because it's too dangerous to them.
And if you speak against them, destroy you. Okay. In this group, they share files and media. Lots and lots of media. And the files that they share, you can see by whom, when, where, the dates, how long it went on, etc., etc. The stakeholder engagement strategy, version 8, is at the bottom. This is what we're going to review today. We also have audio sent by Tamara herself while she was in court. And a whole bunch of other stuff. It's just all so organized. And we're going to get into that.
Okay. So that's what brings us to the stakeholder engagement strategy. And you can see their scope and everything I talk about on their video. They even have maps of who is in their stakeholder group and who is a concern. And you, as the citizen, you are listed as a concern, by the way. Okay? Because it depends whether you follow them or you don't. The very, very frightening part of this document are these 2 pages.
Just a minute.
Freedom Rights Movement.
Sorry to interrupt you. I see a lot of
Yeah.
comment. People think somebody erased some comment. I don't erase nothing. I will never erase comment from people. So
Yeah,
I don't
so
know,
Norman,
I don't know why.
I'm watching the comments and I've seen 2 comments disappear. So to the 2 individuals that did post that, make comments, is somehow your comments being deleted, or are you deleting your own comments?
That's exactly what I was thinking, because I've seen that too. I've noticed it.
Well, I'll tell you that if Facebook deems something that's hateful or whatever, if they wrote swear words or anything in the comment,
No, it was nothing
Facebook
within that
will remove
regard.
those
It's actually
things
pretty
out of it.
mild stuff, but speaking their opinion, and for some reason it was removed.
Yeah, and that's what I observed too. I only got a split second to read it, but it wasn't rude, but it may have been.
Maybe you got to pull down the box that says show all comments now on Facebook. It will only show you relevant comments, what they think it's relevant. So if you scroll up in your Facebook and you see there's a little arrow that says relevant comments, change it to all comments and they'll all show up.
That's not how it applies for the live. During the live, it shows every comment, but what you're talking about is more when you have a post and other people make comments on posts, because this is like I can click on top comments, your replies, or more like this. But aside from that, everything else should be showing.
Okay. Well, I'm going to continue.
Continue.
Comments are comments. These next 2 pages are the most concerning pages to me, and they should be to you. Freedom Rights Movement external stakeholder groups. This means that there's other stakeholder engagement strategies in other countries, and who is in the stakeholder engagement strategies and who has their own groups. It says very plainly government, foreign influence groups and foreign governments, big pharma, commercial groups, political elite, billionaires, some civil servants, Canadians, political parties, anti-vaxxer groups, anti-protesters, pro-hate groups, anti-hate network, mainstream media, medical experts, and judges. This is in their own document on who they are communicating with.
So
The second page.
can I ask you a quick question? Are you telling me that like even the anti-vax communities are being orchestrated? Is that what that meant?
Yes.
Huh.
Freedom Rights Movement internal stakeholder groups. This is who they have in their internal group, okay? Families, fathers, mothers, youths. I'm sure they'd put those four in there just to grab at your heartstrings, because these people, there are think tanks for decades from the globalists, okay? And if you think it's just the cabinets that are penetrated and the globalists haven't protected themselves against their greatest weakness, which is a citizen-led movement, then you have not been paying attention. If you're out there screaming, WEF is in control and everything, but you refuse to investigate, that is your problem. It's not my problem. I'll continue. Some civil servants, alternative media groups, Freedom Convoy, truckers, ordinary Canadians, working class, minority groups. I don't even know what they mean by that. Politicians, lawyers, doctors, nurses, medical personnel, veterans, active military personnel, police is in their group. NGO, Quebecers, Indigenous, and Métis. Now, they're very specific on what they're saying is in their groups. And they actually list concerns and prioritization. So remember, general population is in address concerns and keep involved. So are they addressing concerns when people raise them or ask questions about Freedom Corp and its directors? No, they either attack you like Chris Barber has to me because I asked questions, or they silence you through whisper campaigns and various social fearing techniques. Okay? It's all explained in their document. Now, I'm not going to go through the rest of this document, but I'm going to show you another page here that's very important. So they start to list people in their document that are preferred communication channels. This is why you don't see any of these channels speaking to people that have alternative experiences and views. Rupa has 350,000 followers, and she writes for mainstream media, and she's a liberal that supports Mark Carney. Rupa has also written the foreword to Tamara's book. That is a total contradiction and hypocrisy if I have ever seen one in my life. Okay? Tom Marazzo, Viva Fry. Viva Fry. I followed Viva Fry since 2018, sitting in his car and being very informative to Canadians, never swearing, always very polite, very informative at the time. Now, Viva Fry, what is he doing? He's a political mouthpiece that fled the USA, that is consistently, if you follow his X account, he is consistently trying to get international interference into Canadian issues. And that's exactly what all of
Kirk,
them
get
are
on the
doing.
live too.
If you look at everything every one of these people are doing, at some point they are asking international bodies to interfere in Canadian businesses, okay, and Canadian issues. That's the whole point. This is the narrative that they're creating in Canada. And by the way, we're looking at the freedom side of this. But what about those people in Ottawa like Lex Lee and stuff like that? They have their own portion of a stakeholders engagement strategy. Okay? It only makes sense. So, and I can keep going through these, but if you look at these names, they're huge. In this list here, you have several millions and millions of people that are only taking their narrative, not the citizen's voice at all. It goes further to give other communication channels via Twitter. And this list is amazing because it implicates current MPs, current police, corporations like Democracy Fund and JCCF. And have you seen any of these people take offense to being in this document after I have notified everybody on this document that they are in it? And I have the metadata to prove that. Okay. So you can start to see just how deep this is. And it's meant to deceive. It's meant to create new narratives. Rebel News is a big one. And actually, I'm going to show you something. Let me just open it here first. Hold on. And
can I ask you something,
by
Dana?
the way, yeah.
Before you get into that, can I hear more about this Viva person? Because I've had many conversations with Dan Hartman and him losing his son. And can you elaborate on that individual?
Okay. Well, Viva, first of all, you have to remember that all of these crisis actors and separatists and opportunists, they're not all in the same category. There's many different categories. Like Chris Barber. He originally is just an opportunist, but he is now in with the group. Okay. So he is now part of the stakeholders engagement strategy, Fight Club, and this treasonous document. So it is evolving. You have to remember it's evolving. So Viva Fry has evolved to become his part of the stakeholders engagement strategy by moving to the States and becoming and hobnobbing with all the biggest media people after Canadians built him. Okay. Then, of course, they will use things. For instance, Tamara Leach started a charity for vaccine injured people. But here she is headlining at an ostrich bio facility that operates for years without being ethical farmers. Okay. And and who helped promote them? All the people on this list are the people that are helping them. Why is that? Because it's part of when things started to die down. You'll notice at the beginning of 2024, things started to die down because a lot of the court cases were finishing and stuff like that. They needed something to get more international interference. Okay. So you get these people that are very unethical and have scammed people over the years, that are actors. They're actually on IMDb, like Katie Paisley, a globalist report.
Katie Passitney is
a
her
global name. Reporter. I'm not a public speaker. I'm a geek. Okay.
It's okay. I don't mean to correct you.
Yeah. No. I don't get everything correct all the time when I'm speaking, but when I'm writing is a different story. Okay.
Right.
I'm a geek. I admit it. I admit it. I'm going to, and Matthew, I want to say to you, now you can see why I am so careful on who I deal with now. Okay. And Norman, I didn't talk to Norman because I didn't like who he was hanging around with. But we are in an evolving situation. People learn lessons.
You didn't have the chance to finish with this one, but can you tell me who you didn't like that was around me?
No, I'm not going to get into it. For sure, I can tell you one criminal that's widely known is Jason LaFosse. Okay.
I was never friend with him.
Yeah, but
I talked to him
we're in the same groups and
Because
stuff.
the main thing that he's discussing, and I know, is the Save the Children convoy.
Yeah, I remember he was trying to destroy freedom. Convoy.
That guy has 60 plus online personas. He has a criminal record of 28 pages that you can see because it's the only criminal record that's shown on the LECA website or on the emergency inquiry website, okay, as a person of interest. And that's because of his past dealings with a lot of things. Now, I caught him altering and stealing from Canada Unity, and with GoDaddy Security and Wix Security live, we were recording him as he was manipulating the website. Okay. So Jason doesn't fool me. I call him LaFake. Anyways, we'll get off of him.
Well, he's actually, he owns, I think it's Alberta Free Radio or something like that.
Oh, he constantly attacks me on that radio station. And before it was called Alberta Radio, Freedom Radio, he actually had a different one that was horrible. It was, I have many recordings from it, and it is absolutely horrible. It makes the freedom community look like a bunch of idiots. And that was his whole idea, is to cause confusion and things like this. Okay.
And last
it's
time
very, very deep. It's hard to.
You talked to me about a room you go in with all the big name was in it. They have RCMP, military, and blah blah blah. You talked to me last time.
That's who I just.
Can we talk about that and tell the big name that was there? Because that's something important that people need to know. And if we can prove that,
you
that's
didn't
something
see
that people
all the names.
I think that's what he was referring to with the Fight Club, the thing that he's.
Yeah, I'll show you the names. I'll show you the names again if you want. It's right here.
Yeah, but it's not everyone able to read it. So if you just can say those names, and because I remember what you were saying in this room,
Sure.
and this for me, it's something, it's important that show how they was close to the government and they was working with them, so that way people can know who they deal with, and if we can prove that,
okay,
that's something's gonna.
I'll list the names.
And another way too, Dana, if you can, it'd be awesome. Some way on your website, even like post a link to. I know you put a lot up there already, but even everything else you got, because it's, this is a time for everybody to have transparency in our country. We are Canadians. We care about this country, and we're fighting, and we're trying to preserve the future for our youth. And that needs to be our main goal. Never mind everything else, the infiltrators, the distractors. Now is the time to move forward.
Do you not think that we still should expose those individuals, so that way when we do go to make something big, that they don't try to come and steal the show again?
Unfortunately, they
Okay.
still control it. Look
So-
at the beginning of Norman's lives.
So if you are wondering, on my webpage, my website, give me a second here. I have given you all of this information. I've given everybody this information. I've released the files. I released Freedom Corporation's files. I released a lot of stuff, okay? And my site is all about teaching citizens how to use citizen tools. That's the way I describe it, okay? On my website, you will see I am just one citizen, 4 years of investigation, but really it's more. It's just that this portion of the investigation started in 2021. There's a click here that shows you the timeline, shows you all the documentation that I'm showing you.
So the people that
Shows
just
you the
have to go on your
documentation
page,
from the police.
the people have to go on your page and they will have all the
Yes.
information over there. So at the end of the
Exactly,
day-
and
at
it's
the end
very
of the
simple.
day-
It's
Yeah.
peace-man.ca. Now, the important part where you want to see some of the downloads, well, first of all, the important part is to go to the About page. You see this page, About? The reason why I say go there is because on this page, you come to a blog. This blog is dated, and it shows all the documents that you want in these blog headings, okay? And somebody mentioned Rebel News. So I want to actually address that before we go on. I'm gonna click into the noose is tightening blog. And I want to read this because I want you guys to hear it from my voice. I am not coming with noise. I am coming with receipts, one quiet loop at a time. Every institution that lied, hid, ghosted, or crashed or cashed in on 2022 is now feeling the rope I have been weaving for 4 years. Mainstream media ignored my 26-day vigil, my trial, my charter win, the OIC report. Now their own silence is the headline every time I post the footage they claim never existed. Rebel News and alternative media. JCCF took money, platformed the loudest grifters, ghosted the quietest victories. Their timelines don't lie. Zero mentions of Peace Man while they begged for donation off Lynch and Barber's tears. RCMP, Officer 57914 hid behind an OPS badge for 2.5 years. LECA just put his real badge number on the public record forever. CRCC is now in the system. The commissioner can't close a file that never stops growing. Their integrity definitely questionable. And what do you think that means for all other trials resulting in February 2022 in Ottawa? Ottawa Police Service spent 2 years pretending an OPS constable arrested me. One LECA decision proved it was a lie. Their own paperwork is now evidence against them. And there's a link to another blog post called "The King is Keeping Secrets." And that one has all of the documentation. The newly formed LECA Law Enforcement Complaints Agency now protecting them and putting them in disrepute within 2 years of creation. Department of Justice and Crown remanded my case 3 times in 24 hours because no judge would show up. then folded with no public interest before 2 p.m. They know what happens if my 17-page charter motion ever hits a real courtroom. The Crown Attorney notified and refused to answer or investigate withheld pertinent information from judges. The Office of the Information Commissioner, watching me prove with POEC's own exhibit, and there's the camera number, that City and RCMP committed reviewable errors by claiming footage doesn't exist. And then there's an account number to that. The OIC has let the DOJ continue to break the laws. The House of Commons, every MP who still pretends the emergency acts were clean now has my file sitting in their inbox. And if you go onto page NOL, this one, I'm going to explain that, but that's a notice of liability to the Department of Justice. This isn't rage. This is rope. One documented lie, one withheld frame, one ghosted donation page, one falsified court document at a time. I don't need a megaphone. I just need to keep pulling the knots tighter. And the beautiful part, every single loop is public, searchable, time-stamped, and impossible to delete. The noose is tightening, and it's made of their own paperwork. Okay? And then you'll see the other posts that go to it. So what that means is that the media, remember, they are in the stakeholders engagement strategy, both sides, all sides. They're in it. I've proven that to you with their own document from these people that we are about to list right now. And I want you to remember that since October 2022, the list has grown. The list is growing with new people. So the list of people, Eva Chipiuk, at the time was a JCCF employee. She was fired from JCCF, by the way, and I was told this directly from the JCCF manager in a luncheon. Beth Ann Nodwell, which is really an enigma because you've seen that she's flip-flopped all over the place in these days. Andrew Lawton, a current MP in our House of Commons. And Andrew Lawton, by the way, if we want to look at some files here, let me just show you something else.
Oh, just keep going and the people can go see your file on your website.
No, because this is important about Andrew Lawton. Andrew Lawton admitted to being part of this room publicly on his X account. I have lots of stuff on Andrew Lawton. I'll tell you that much.
So Dana, with all this stuff that you said, you've said that you've tried to file things and get things to change, and then they manipulated things and they didn't allow, like for the cameras, for instance, like you should have had access to those cameras. I want to ask you, because I know that you believe in the system and it being able to fix the problems that we have. How do you think that with the proof that you've already seen that it is completely manipulated and controlled, that we're ever going to be able to have a corrupt system hold itself accountable?
Okay. Do you know about the January 6th in the USA? Okay.
Yeah, I heard about it. Yes.
When that happened, it took 2 years through citizen-led inquiries to get the footage from within the government building. Because there was so much citizen complaints and requests, they had to disclose it. And this is when they found out, and this is why a lot of them were exonerated, okay? Because the footage came out and showed the police letting them in, and different things that they didn't think that were going to get out. This is the exact same thing that's going to happen in Canada, but because people aren't asking and it's only one guy, they can hide it. They can keep it down. But what happens if this video or something like that really starts to grab the interest of Canadians? I'm asking you not to believe me. I'm asking you to do the work yourself. I want you to do ATIP requests. I want you to do an LECA complaint and explain why the time constraint shouldn't be on your complaint because of the bureaucracy and the decompartmentalization. Now, I was hired in my previous positions because of my ability to look over, for example, 10,000 page contracts. And in those contracts,
for everybody watching, can you just emphasize on what your position was as a government worker?
Well, I've held many positions over 28 years as a contractor to the government on a site called MERX, MERX. That is a government procurement site for security cleared individuals. Okay. And it involves doing different jobs. It's not always the same jobs. It's whether you have the skills to do the job. Now, the one thing about MERX is that it was created because there was corruption before MERX around giving contracts out to families that last for decades, okay? And so MERX was created. Now, I had my own corporation that was a member of MERX, but I was also, if a government contract was being put out, here's one I can talk about, is the War Museum. I worked at the War Museum in Ottawa for 2 years, and that contract is 10,000 pages. You have to know where everything is. Guards were not allowed into the vaults, but unless of an extreme emergency. But I had security clearance to go in the vaults to do my prospective jobs in those vaults. So these are the types of jobs. Now, currently, I'm a government employee with the Crown Corporation called SaskTel in Saskatchewan. I've worked for them since 2010. Okay, so I just passed my.
So you work for the Crown Corporation of Canada.
I do, but in 2014, I became sick. Okay, I'm not going to discuss my medical with you.
We don't need that.
But I became sick, and what happened was the Public Employees Benefits Agency fought me instead of helping me when I needed it. And I followed all of their processes, and still they cut off my health care while I was sick, and I have not received a dime from my employer since 2016. My best friend, Ian, sent a letter to a organization, a law firm, pleading for them to help me. And this law firm is one of the best in Canada. And I spoke to the owner of the law firm, Share Lawyers. and Share Lawyers agreed to take my case. And I have 8 lawyers on that case fighting for my pension, fighting for my life. Give me a second. So, yes, I'm a government employee, number 123354. And I have not received a cent from them since 2016. They have fought me in court. They have already lost 2. They put in an application to dismiss my criminal or my suit against them, which the suit is against the government of Canada and Canada Life, the insurance company. They filed for dismissal and they lost that fight, and immediately they filed for an appeal. The appeal just came in November of last year, and they lost that appeal as well. So now it goes to court. They have no more delay tactics. And I receive a letter from my lawyers saying that it looks like they're going to offer me a settlement. But that has not happened. And we're going to court. So it's still continuing. I am still a government employee, and I will get my back pay when I win. And I'm not worried about it. In the meantime, since 2016, I have lived off of what I had saved. When that went away, I live off of $733 a month. And it's very, very difficult. I pay $400 a month for my rent for my cottage because I have many brothers and sisters, and I wouldn't want any one of them to say I ever took advantage of my parents, which I take care of, my elderly parents. And I'm just doing my best. And when I seen Canadians coming out of their homes unmasked and unafraid, that's when I decided to use some of my skills before I can't anymore. Okay? I don't like talking about that. I rather focus on what we're dealing with here. And that is some major corruption that is not being addressed by any of these heroes. It's not being addressed by any of these law firms that say they fight for your constitutional rights and freedoms. It's not being fought from our MPs or our media. It's not being fought for. It's being sabotaged is what it is. And it's not just Canada. This is not a Canada-specific problem. This is a world problem. And I'm just trying to look at it logically. And you can question me on anything. Go to my website, read the stuff, and look at the documentation, because what you're seeing out there and what you're seeing in there are two different things. And that's because of the decompartmentalization. Very important word these days. Okay? I love Canada. I love my country. And I was very proud to be here. So to be thumbed down by people like Chris Barber, that is using his social media for hate and silencing other Canadians and picking and choosing who he speaks to, is just absolutely hypocrisy and contradiction. Yes, SaskTel is a phone company. They're in Canada. the Crown Corporation, SaskTel, are the only ones that sit on the board with the top three: Rogers, uh, um, uh, Bell, and Fido. And if we didn't have that Crown Corporation in Canada, we would be paying a lot more for our cell phones, for everything.
No, but
So
what means is they've been data collecting for as long as smartphones, as they call them. It's not smart for the user; it's more so smart for the corporation. And
exactly.
these are things that we've always had as an issue, especially moving forward, because everybody, especially elderly now, that weren't too high tech with it, because the internet just came out going on 2000. Some have been able to manipulate, gain a little bit, because that's what everybody's been doing for the many years now since the convoy, is benefiting off of manipulating others' empathy.
If you want to know what I did at SaskTel, I can tell you.
No, we
I
weren't. That
wore
wasn't.
I wore five different hats. I wear 5 different hats at SaskTel. One of them is that I helped write the sales procedure manual for the sales department.
Kevin just got in. He's been actually quiet and respectful. What's going on, Kev?
Evening, guys. Hope everybody's doing well. How's your night going?
Good. We're discussing fakes and frauds.
Nice. Well, I'll let you guys talk. I'm just going to listen in, catch up here a bit. I just got on.
Okay. So the thing is over these years, they have pitted all of us against each other. They've created these different scenarios in Canada. Remember, they're narrative destroyers and creators. They're always trying to get international interference into Canadian issues. And this is the whole point. That was the whole point of the liberals and stuff all working together. Conservatives, liberals, everybody is in that room that I just showed you. And but that's not what we're seeing in true life. So this is the thing. And I am continuing on with my stuff. And despite what anybody has said or the different things said about me, I have only ever put one little link on my website that says, if you wish to help me, you can send a direct deposit to Peaceman, blah, 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 at peaceman.ca. And you know what? Nobody has ever sent me a cent. So, sorry. The thing about the cards that I put out, that I gave away over 1,000 cards that said peaceman.ca with my picture, was because people were asking for it. And it's just an ad. It wasn't about myself. It was about the information on the site. Okay. Of course, when I hit the front page, and by the way, this is not ego, but I was the most photographed and published person during that protest. Okay.
Can I ask you a question, Peaceman? What are maybe some of the other allegations that you would like to clear up?
About me?
Yeah, that people may have said, you know.
I really don't care what they say. I answer to everybody that writes on my page. I answer to people, and I ask them to think, instead of the childish comments that we see and stuff that gets nowhere. I don't care for it. I don't like the vulgar flags or the swearing or anything else, because if you're going to be taken seriously in the House of Commons or anywhere else to help make change, then you can't be acting like an idiot. So I just don't do it. I'm sorry. You can do it. I don't say anything. I've stood beside people that hold flags I don't agree with, but that's our freedom. That's what we have freedom for. Okay. And I'm not going to tell you how to do your freedom.
We don't have freedom, Dana Lee. We don't. It's freedom. Freedom is an illusion.
You can't walk outside and hoist any flag you want.
You can't. There are definitely flags you
It's
are
not
not.
about hoisting a flag. Like, I actually found a receipt. Funny story. I was going through some stuff yesterday, and I found a receipt dated back from 2018, and I paid $6.99 for a 24 case of pop. I paid $5 for a brick of marble cheese. I paid $3 for a pound of bacon. Look how much inflation is infecting everybody. Rent, and then there's other serious more matters. Like with what happened to that little girl in Welland, Ontario, it should have been enough for Canadian citizens to say, "Fuck, enough is enough."
Listen,
But everybody still has their head up their ass,
if we get
and
to the
nobody's
root,
doing shit for the kids.
if
Well, they
we get
control
to
the entire
root
economy. They control
causes,
the laws, all the bills. They control everything. That's not freedom. We don't get a say in it. We get to
You
vote
have
for
a
our slave
say.
master.
Hey, wait, that's all very negative Nelly stuff. Show
No,
me
it's
your
not. We vote
document.
for a slave
Show me
master to
your
make all our
document.
choices for us.
What do
Show me
you
your-
mean show documents? It's right on the news. Do you know what happened to Little Lee? Are you aware of the situation with Little Lee?
Listen,
No.
there's a lot of people that say it's
No.
all
Are
broken.
you aware of
and
the
there's-
situation with Little
Are-
Lee?
are
You're
you-
discussing a
are you
toddler, so it's
saying
nothing to say
there's
show
no
documents
way
or show
that-
facts. You can search it up on Google for yourself. It's right there like everybody else can do. Like, I got to be honest, others have given you the opportunity to speak, and you've been speaking for well over an hour now, majority of the time. You can share your evidence on that on a link on a website, and people can look to that and go through that. A lot of individuals have wanted you to get to the point. Now we're getting to something serious. And this is something that affects all Canadians and affects all countries worldwide, is our children.
Okay.
Because in the next 20, 30 years, who do you
You're
think
not
are going to
my
be the ones
moderator.
standing up when
You're
you're
not
sick
my
in the
moderator.
hospital dying? Our
Listen,
youth.
Freedom CJ, listen, respectfully, you're not my moderator. Norman asked me to come on and discuss what I discussed with him. Okay? I am showing that to the people. And what is important is a lot of people say, listen, it's all so corrupt, it can't be fixed. Are you telling me that humanity cannot fix what's happening on this land that we live in?
If you look at countries like Nepal and a couple others who are actually uniting and standing together, and governments are resigning and there is change happening, yes, when the
Fire them
people can
all.
come together.
That's how we change it. We fire them all.
Exactly. But
And we fire
how
the
do you
system,
do that?
the crown. We get the crown
how
out.
do you do that?
People come together,
By
and
building
it's not
a
control.
solid
Like, this
case.
is one thing I want to get out. The convoy was depicted on Pat King's little dump truck convoy that only had 300 and something dump trucks show up, and they didn't stop in front of Parliament. They just drove by and they went back out west. They thought if they did the convoy, it wasn't going to be too many people who showed up. It ended up being way bigger than they expected, way bigger than they can control. But unfortunately, even people that were boots on the ground all looked for those same individuals' sight and guidance on what to do next. And that's why nothing actually happened. Everybody went home. And now we've been running around doing these events, spending money here and there because this person has Chris, this person has Tamara. What for? Only thing they care about is making money. They don't give a fuck about the people.
Exactly. And that's what I've shown you with their document, with their own internal documents.
But even without the documents, if people don't have the proper discernment or common sense anymore, fuck, we have no hope.
Well, listen, that's you. That's not me. I have hope for my country. I have hope for the people that live on this land. Okay. I'm not going to let that. I'm not going to let people change my being. Okay. So I have hope. I have faith in humanity to change for the better. Now, what I do is by actually holding accountability, by going through all these different things. A lot of these people that say that there's no hope can't show any type of documentation that they have done to hold accountability.
When did I say that there was
When
no
over
hope?
200 people were arrested in Ottawa in 2022 in February, One complaint was made to the LECA. One out of those
When
200.
did I say that there was no hope? And yes, thankful you've given that knowledge to people where they can complain to now. The majority of the
But I've been
population
doing
have
that.
not known that.
I
They
have
don't
been
know
doing
that
that since
information.
I want to
2022.
ask a
Well, and
question.
that's
Because
something
of
that you
this,
should have been promoting at the KOA and that instead of doing other things, because everybody gets in the moment, everybody gets prideful, everybody gets egotistical. Everyone's been there. No one's perfect.
exactly
But
what I was
own
doing.
your shit and let's move forward. That's all.
So I want to ask a question. Through the legal system, have we ever been able to make the system change, considering as it's owned by the same system we're trying to change? And
Absolutely.
anywhere
I
in
can give
history.
you 4 examples right now of police being charged for criminal
But that doesn't change the system. That's just going
abs-
after individuals.
well, no, you say it's not changing the system. When you get more than a
Yeah, but
certain amount,
are you agree, peace man? I'm gonna say something because we turn in circle and we say a lot of things, but it's not really going to the point. And if we want to fix this country, we need to go from the bottom of the problem. Okay? If we try to fight
we need
from
to
the
get to the
top
root cause.
already, if we
The
try to
root
fight from
cause,
the top
exactly.
already, we're gonna fight for many years before we have results. But if we go to the main problem and we fix the problem to the main problem, it's like in mechanic. If you don't know what part does what on your car, okay, and you start by the top and you start and you go, it's not gonna fix your problem. You need someone to tell you what part does what, so you know why it's broke. So it's a knowledge we need to bring. Okay, we need to be
Yes.
able to go right to the point. And right now,
It's,
to be able to clarify and be able to move on and bring all the people they have knowledge together to really fix the problem in this country. And yes, like I said before, we need a system to protect the people, by the people, for the people. Okay. And what my belief right now is the system, it's so much corrupt, and it's corrupt inside of our movement too. And this is very bad. That's why we need to bring the truth to the table to be able to move on and move those garbage away so the people stop to fucking waste their time
okay.
and their money and their energy and their
So
resource
what you,
on face hope. Just let me finish.
yeah,
Just let me finish. And they have some face hope and everything. And I don't say I disagree with you. Well, yeah, I say I disagree with you. In fact, the system can be fixed. For me, the system can't be fixed because the system is so much corrupt. But I don't say nothing can be useful in the new system if it's controlled by people for the people. I don't say that. Okay, so that's those part. Me, I'm not. It's not my force to be in the system and rebuild a new system, or that's not what I want to be part of it. But right now, what's it's very dangerous for people. It's all those fake people. They work with those corrupt government, and they are inside of us. Try to fucking resolve the problem, and we waste so much time. So me, I really want to go to the point and show to the people all those corrupt. And I know you have all document and everything, okay? And I know the people they have access to those documents. You will show that earlier, and they can go on your page. Now, can we just go to the straight point and move
I'll
on
get
from
to the
that? And
point.
after that, we can, yeah,
Listen, the point is what you guys are saying is we need to get to the root cause. But if people are saying this is the root cause, that's the root cause, the WEF, this, that, all the other things,
Gonna
how
say
do
I
we
seen Sandy Taggart's comment there, and it's true. It's all of them, and so everybody understands. Everybody here and everybody watching, everybody not watching who will watch later, and those tuning in wherever, even the corrupt. We are all our own leaders. Nobody is going to be your
I
hero.
don't take,
We
listen,
are all our own heroes, and that's the
I
only
take
way we move
advice.
forward. This isn't about one person. It's not about a group. We
Exactly.
are all
And
a part of it.
all I'm trying to show you, and I'm going to try to answer again without being interrupted. Norman, the point is, when I went to Ottawa, I went standing on documentation. I got illegally arrested. So did 200 and some other people. We needed to hold accountability at that point. But because of all these distractions and these ticket sales and everything else that has gone on, none of that has been happening, okay, from other people. So there's no public interest, okay? So I have gone as far as filing criminal complaints on the police after investigations from the LECA, from the RCMP, and I have all those files. And I have current ones that are now, because of those files, it's now a human Human Rights Commission has received a file about it. Because if our police are not acting accordingly, and they arrested over 200 of us under false pretenses and forged documentation in the court systems, this is where we prove that there's political interference into policing. This brings us to the House of Commons. The House of Commons has what's called the Justice Committee. It's all informed. And we can make change as Canadian citizens. That's what I'm saying. I'm not a defeatist. I keep looking forward, like you're saying, forward. I don't care about the comments. I don't care if people call me a piece of shit or whatever. I'm a very proud Canadian, and I've done nothing but good. Okay? So if you want to make up whatever lies you want to do.
I tried for 3 years. I tried to 3 years to fight against the system, okay? And I didn't let go. I put my life at risk. Not my life. I put my time life at risk to go in jail. And I fight against the system without lawyer, because I know lawyer, they are corrupt. Their license they're given by government. So at the end of the day, they won't fight against the corruption and lose their license. So we did it with good friend. We make some research and we fight. And I know, okay, from a past, when you go in court, okay, and you have a process, and you're able to prove the cops they lying, okay. On couple one, you prove like 2, 3 they're lying. They have to dismiss the case, okay. Me, on my case, they had 13 cops. On 13, we proved 12 of them. They was lying, and we proved it. And they still keep their fucking witness, and they still plead me guilty. You see how the system is corrupt? So how we can build inside the system if the legal bullshit, like they try to say they have against us, they can apply on us, like to put us in the jail and tell us what to do and blah, blah, blah. How we can do something? And with this system,
okay,
it's so much corrupt. It's protected by those corrupts. It's protected by those corruption. There's corporation cops.
Yeah, Matthew,
We
I'm
all
going to
fuck.
say
And when we try to complain, they just put it in the garbage.
Yeah, I get it, Norman. Matthew, I'm going to totally disagree with what you just wrote there. I can't scroll back on those texts, but what you're saying is that by keep doing what I'm doing, it's not going to help anything, and that no system has ever been changed with your solutions. Okay, but that's incorrect. Every change in human history is a result of one person's ideas and complaints and moving forward. It's always by one person. One person talks to another person talks to another person. Every good change in human history is by the citizens, not by corporations, not by these fakes or heroes or whatever. It's by dedicated people that follow and hold accountability. Now, in the olden days, we used to have something in humanity that was called, and I heard somebody say it recently, we don't walk enough criminals to the cliff anymore. Okay? What we do is we coddle them. We put them in a housing. We give them food, everything else. We don't walk them to the cliff.
Or they get away with criminal activities while working for us, like the government.
Exactly. And
like Trudeau, like all of them.
I'm going to tell you, I doubt Andrew Lawton is going to be an MP this time next year because of the criminal investigation that is ongoing right now on him.
But
Okay.
all of them are bought and paid to help orchestrate a system. So like I remember
That's a circular conversation.
I don't care what you want to call it. This is a corrupt system. You're not going to change the system with a corrupt system. You can fight it as much as you want. You can protest as much as you want. But at the end of the day, they still run and control everything. It's their lawyers.
I want to put a little input into that too. I've watched actually a couple individuals from someplace, and I know they're watching because they wanted to say something, and it is what it is. But they did a petition. They had thousands of people sign it, and no one actually heard where that petition went. They had people's names, last names, phone numbers, emails. And what did that change? It didn't change nothing. So
all it does is identify people who oppose the system.
So exactly.
That's your opinion.
What you do in Peaceman,
I have my opinion. You're not trying to force your opinion.
I have my observations. I look at all systems.
But you're not trying to force your opinion on me, are you?
What?
You're not trying to force your opinion on what I'm saying, are you?
You're entitled to believe whatever you wish. But beliefs are
exactly.
beliefs.
So
if you believe in a corrupt system, then you're not going to ever have any results. Bottom line.
It's never going to happen. That's your opinion. That's not my opinion. My opinion is that we need to hold accountability for what happened in 2022, and that will help change what happens in the future.
So if you're saying it, just 1 second, Matt, because I do want to ask Dana, because so Dan Hartman, Sean Hartman's father, he is actually supposedly going through a lawsuit and that towards Pfizer, all these other government officials from Canada.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is your take on what he is doing, trying to within himself fight within the system to change the system?
Okay. I actually answered to Dan Hartman a long time ago, and I've never said another word to him. But I asked him, how could you be doing a lawsuit if you don't have the files from our Department of Justice that instituted the vaccine mandates, which actually ended up through coercion on his child's death? So if he's using, if he's using, I just want to ask
you,
if he's
why
using,
is
you're
that such
asking me a question, you're going to wait for the answer, please.
Well,
if he's
you're lucky this is Norman's live.
If he's using these same corrupt lawyers that I just showed you, JCCF, if he's using them and they are not doing their due diligence by asking the DOJ for the legality and the proof that the mandates were legal, then how does he have a strong case? Answer me that. Because I know that he hasn't gotten that information. I know he doesn't have that information.
Do you have a child, Dana?
I have raised 5 children. What's your point?
Not raised 5 children. Do you have your own child, your own flesh and blood, your biological son or daughter? Do you have a child?
You did not comment on what I just said. You asked me a question. I gave you an answer.
Because you said you raised 5 kids. I'm asking you if you have your own.
No.
You're already changing the subject once again. So since you want to change the subject, I want to ask you, what's the problem with Chava Vizzi?
You asked me about Dan Hartman and
what is your issue with Chava Vizzi?
Listen, you're cutting me off, buddy.
Because I'm asking you a question. You want to cut me off.
You asked me a question about Dan Hartman and what I think about his court case. I gave you a very specific answer that if he does not have the answer from our Department of Justice on the legality of the mandates, how does he have a strong court case? That's what I think. Now, talk
from
about
your
that.
retrospect, if you were a parent, that's not something that they just give you access to. even your child's medical records. You actually have to go and legally request it, and it takes upon 30 to 60 days before you even send the little logistics.
They didn't
Okay.
even want to
And that's
hold.
his personal thing. And you should
didn't even want
probably
to-
actually have more than one conversation with him, because I
He never
thought
answered
he
me.
was being corrupt, and I spoke with him, and he is very genuine, and he lost his only son. I
feel
feel for
deeply.
him.
I feel deeply for him. I have actually given my
The way that you were just speaking doesn't sound like you think that he's misleading the people and he's doing
his
something
lawyers
corrupt himself.
His lawyers are not fighting the case properly. That's my
Okay.
answer to you.
All right.
Okay?
I read one
The
of the
same
legal
way that
documents
all of
that
these
this came
JCCF lawyers have purposely lost cases in our court system because they did not do their due diligence on those cases. Even my own lawyer, Monique, never even requested any of the camera footage of me being held or me being watching the beatings go on in front of me. You know, Kevin and I, we watched the beatings. Okay.
Did you see the beating that Tribal went through?
Got you the lawyer, Dana.
What's that?
Got you that lawyer.
You did. You actually, not only you, but 4 truckers contacted me and said, this lawyer is looking for you. This lawyer wants to represent you. But what I didn't realize, and when I spoke to her the first time, she was a genuine, I thought she was a godsend. Okay. But as soon as she started getting mixed up with JCCF, she took 23 other cases that she did for JCCF. Okay. And she did not represent me properly. So sorry. Yeah, you got the lawyer, and I really loved that. I thanked you. I can't hear you, Kevin.
You didn't do any time, Dana.
I know, because I won.
Charges?
I won. I beat all the charges.
So I'm lost here. He didn't represent you in what way? I just got out of jail yesterday myself. Like
her representation had nothing to do with me winning, by the way. Do you know what happened was that there was a scheduling error and no judge showed up for 2 days, and the Crown withdrew all charges. So we never actually got into trial. All my charges were withdrawn, not stayed or anything else. Like you heard Daisy Media, he reported that my charges were stayed. This is not true. They were withdrawn, which means they cannot.
If everybody doesn't know that just yet, don't listen to what Stiff Richard says. If you don't know Stiff Richard, maybe Danik.
The guy is disgusting. But anyways.
Fuck me, so I just want to hear you say that I'm your hero. You say it once.
Yes. I've never, Kevin, I thought
he used a lot of us back in the day.
One of the closest people, the most real people that I met in 2022 in Ottawa.
Correct. And
we had our differences.
That we were in the Sheraton for my second shower that I had. My second shower that I had. How did you go?
You keep breaking out. We can't hear you properly.
Went to low power. We're good. I said, how did you like? You're in the Sheraton Hotel, right? I went for my second shower. If I remember correctly, right? And how did you?
We did you guys catch that?
No, it's completely cutting up.
Yeah.
I'll go like this. I said, how did you?
Okay, now I can hear.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I was just asking the question was, how did you say to me, we were in the Sheraton Hotel, right? I went for my second shower this time, like 16 days later, whatever. And how did you say I was a real person? How did that happen? Where did you come to that conclusion?
Because even despite our differences on the way we are, okay, we had an interaction where a guy put a beer can on your truck, an empty beer can, and you got mad. And instead of doing something else, you actually just scared the guy off. And then you came and you turned to me and said, you know, Peaceman, I'm sorry. I said, don't you be sorry, you be you. And over the time of sitting in your truck and me and you talking, you became a really good, you're a good father to your daughter. This, you know, you're a good person in your heart. I could tell that. Now you may do other things that I don't agree with, but I don't say anything about that. I've never said a bad word about you ever.
I don't let you speak. I just asked a question. You're going around. I said, how did you come to that conclusion when we were in the Sheraton Hotel and I went for my second shower? I had 3 showers the entire complex.
Oh, because I heard a conversation when I wasn't there. I heard a conversation when I wasn't there.
How did that happen?
Because one of my cameras was sitting on the desk. I don't know how it was on or anything when I wasn't there, but later on, actually a couple weeks later, after everything went down, I was reviewing the footage on my camera and I don't see anything on the camera. The camera wasn't pointed at anything, but I heard the conversation.
No,
and you stood up for me.
And they're showering with the other guys in there, and I bought them all bacon and eggs from Zach's Diner.
Yeah.
And I brought
you were very nice to people. Yes, you were very good. So what made me believe you were a good person was because you
on me. The camera that you didn't know was on all the guys in the room, remember?
No, not all the guys. It was on for about 10 minutes or so.
But you weren't there. How did you cut it off?
I didn't. It died or something. I don't know. Okay. But what I heard was you standing up for me when I wasn't in the room. That's when I thought you were a good person.
How long did your cameras record? You have every bit of footage from day one on your head, correct?
No, I have 42 hours. So I was there for 26 days. I don't have 26 days worth of video. I have 42 hours.
In that other room with the girl when I walked by with the
my cameras were crappy. It was cold. They kept dying. A lot of things went wrong.
Okay. But that's all I was saying is you were in the room with the girl that was in the tub or whatever, and I knocked on the wrong door. And that's when the cameras were in the other room on the guys that were being recorded, remember?
There was no guys being recorded. I don't know where you're getting that.
There were 7 in the other room. The guy who was in the accident in the car.
The only thing that recorded was your voice talking to the guy that Jay had in the room to be the security for the room as truckers took their showers. But that was the only thing that was recorded was
so it just recorded me and shut off. That was it.
That was it. There's nothing else. I have all 42 hours. Now I've released only 4
finger or what? That's because that's what I was doing, right?
You were actually backing me up. You told the guy to fuck off. Okay, excuse my language. Anyways, because he was complaining that you were honking your horn at 7 o'clock in the morning.
I'm a real deal. I don't need to tell any bullshit. Nothing I'll ever tell you is bullshit.
Exactly, and I've been straightforward with you. When you went to the ostrich farm, that was your thing. I didn't say anything.
Right.
That's your deal. I don't care.
A solid guy you'd met. You heard what I said.
Yeah.
And you didn't want to say how you knew that.
No, I've said it. I heard Kevin say behind my back that he was backing me. So anyways, that was very important, Kevin, because we went through a lot over those 26 days.
You think I was here to ever take you down? You blocked me recently. I didn't block you. You blocked me. You called me childish.
Well, yeah, because you put out a TikTok that was just absolutely ludicrous. But whatever. I didn't want to deal. I didn't want to argue. I don't want to argue with you. You were a friend. So I just block you if you're going to put out hateful stuff like that on me. That's it. Sorry.
Hateful stuff, Dana. We were
You
talking.
don't think that video was hateful?
Laughing about whatever, and I just said, "Hey, it's my freedom to do what I do. Why are you making that choice for me, Dana?" That's what I said, right?
You put out a really hateful video about me, and
What?
I did not like it.
Hateful video. Go on. That was after what the when I said not piece man, piece of shit man. Is that what you're talking about?
No, this video, I have it recorded off TikTok.
Yeah. Everything you have recorded, I know this.
You want to play it for everyone to see?
I'm looking for it here.
Okay,
one thing I do is my hard drives are not attached to my computer all the time.
I'm just saying
This is a safety issue.
What
So
did
I have external hard drives, and it may not be on this hard drive.
what did I do to ever wrong you? I gave you
Just that video. Just that video, Kevin. That's it. That's what hurt me.
$150 camo fucking Peterbilt toque.
Yeah.
Prostitute. I gave you my hoodies.
Yeah.
Prostitutes.
Supper.
No.
What did I ever do? Wondered what? How did I?
What did you just say?
What?
You got him prostitutes too.
No, he didn't.
No, he had his own in the room. He had his own in there.
I did not.
Hey, I saw kitties, bud. I was there.
Whoa. By the way, Kevin, when you have your phone down, when someone else is talking, it cuts you off. So just letting you know. Yeah, I can still hear myself cutting you out, but maybe it'll be different with someone else.
I'm trying.
I'm looking to see if I have that recording here. Hold on.
Okay, holding.
I got so much here.
I'm still at a loss this day what you're mad about. Just that I went down about something that I just went to do for my own thing.
I had no.
Do, right, but you just kept laughing. You wouldn't let it go. I even said to you, "Well, here we start like this." I remember this night, eh? You remember this? Let's do this. And we'll do this. Bring it up. So let's go here.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I believe that. I still believe it. You were one of the only ones that were fearless.
This is
and for that.
That's not even the point, right? So how far we went back and how good I was to you, right? You remember this? This is what I put out about you? Can you hear it? I can hear it! Ow! This was for you and Barbara?
Remember when we went on stage together? Lots of different things. Lots of different things. I didn't see none of these heroes out there with us. Did you?
Yeah, this is it here. Watch. Now watch this, Dana. This is where we go up the street, right? Watch. This is
I just want to say, so everybody understands, just because people were able to do certain things in their life and be in a certain place doesn't make them better than anybody else. If you have any questions for anybody else, you ask them personally, or they can expose it so everybody else can hear it. I was one myself, and I've publicly said it. I wasn't able to make it to the convoy, but the part I played was a crucial one, and it pissed off a lot of individuals. And then there's some others who blocked me in that for their own personal reasons. So I kind of want to know why.
Okay, Kevin, just between me and you and the thousands that are listening, I never had any problems with you. Right. Until that one video that you put out and when you went to that farm, and because of that, I just didn't want to argue with you. I don't want to have any problems with you. So at the time while you were doing that, I blocked you, and that was it. We were going to have our conversation in the future, but because of that, that's the only thing. You haven't seen me say a word about you in all of this. I'm exposing tons of people that stole your voice. Okay? The Freedom Corporation that stole your voice. And you were a good voice in Ottawa. You were one of the loudest and one of the ones that really made a difference as far as I'm concerned. Okay? Now you're a different kind of guy, though. You're a different kind of guy. And that's you. And I actually like the way you are. But when it comes to personal attacks like that video that you put out, I've learned over the years, it's no use in arguing. It's just better just to
Okay, I'm
stop
gonna
it.
call
Oh, fucking man. Oh, shit.
video made towards you. I'm not coming attacking you. I could give zero fucks. Okay. Really, there was no video made towards you, period. You kept going on everything I said when they were asking me to come out there to help out with that farm. You kept saying, "What the fuck are you doing? Stop being an idiot." You kept laughing. You wouldn't stop. And I sent you a message privately saying, "Dana, let it go, man. Okay, let me do what I want. You do you, I do me. Don't tell me how to run my show." Okay. And you wouldn't quit. And then I finally had enough. And that's why I said, how are you fucking peace, man, if you keep fucking fighting with everybody? Okay. I don't give a fuck. You can fight with everybody. I love fighting with everybody. Fuck
Listen.
That lie that fucked everybody for everything. Okay. I just dealt with a mischief charge in a fucking day. In a day. Okay. I took the charge and now I'm doing 60 days. Okay, with bigger mischief than they had. They could have fucking dealt with it, been done, and not dragged it 4 years, dragging money, taking fucking donations. Okay, I just went in for my first weekend, and I have many more to go.
Calm down, Les.
What?
Oh, sorry, not you, buddy. Sorry.
Yeah.
I
So
was
anyway,
responding to a comment.
that's how
You know what? I don't hide from anybody.
shit, you own it. Okay, that's what I did. I walked in first appearance and I fucking owned it. And I'm doing my time without a lawyer. I didn't even hire a fucking lawyer. I didn't need to. I just went in, dealt with it, took my time, even when I shouldn't have. I did it, and now I'm doing it. I got out yesterday. I go back next Friday just so I can see my girl. I would have just stayed in. I already had all my essentials. My glasses I'm wearing now are my jail glasses. I got the jail still on me right now. I just had a fucking shitty fucking weekend. Okay. So that's how it's done instead of scaring the fuck out of people. You know, I go back and cast it, go 4 years and drag it through.
You know what, Norman? You know what? Peace requires truth. And truth and logical thinking hurt people because they hurt the just like the people that took the vaccinations because of the coercion, and they know that what they did is wrong now, but they won't say anything because of fear of social backlash, fear of this, fear of that. The same people in the freedom community that are fearful to find out that the separatists, like Tamara Lynch, that vowed in 2021 to create a new nation, within our country, which means by breaking up our country. And now she's sewing a flag and being the hero when, you know, even during the convoy, the first 2 weeks, you never even seen her with those initial videos that Joe Bourgault paid for in those boardroom meetings. You see Tamara Lynch standing at the back, not saying anything because she was a nobody.
Well,
she didn't organize anything. She didn't do anything. She handled the money. She wanted to make sure that the money never reached its thing, and she did her job perfectly.
And it didn't, because the only thing I want to say is I know a couple truckers and that money, and they have got money out of what was supposed to be given to the truckers, and they tell those truckers they have nothing, but they'll more than happily do an event for them to raise some money. But even at that certain event or events, they'll raise an amount, they'll give them a percentage, and then take the rest for themselves. It's all corrupt.
Just like most donations.
Very corrupt. It's very corrupt.
Pyramid scheme. That's why I want to be a part of it myself.
I got a dime from Barbara.
It's all got to do with some very very prominent people in Canada, millionaires and billionaires. A billionaire lent his plane. Remember when the convoy started, there were still mask mandates to get on a plane. So the lawyers from Calgary needed to get to Ottawa, and a billionaire in Canada lent them his private jet to get them to Ottawa so that they could take over. Okay, and I can show you a video right now of Joe Borgo. Okay. So this is a video of Joe Borgo. I hope you can hear it. And it is also, I put it on it's in the videos on my Facebook. And I just want you to listen to this for a minute.
I can't hear it.
So what happened when we got to Ottawa, I've been in leadership positions since I'm 18 years old. And
I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
It's very echoey. Am I the only one that can't hear it?
No, it's very faint. If you can, Dan, turn up the volume a bit.
I think it's because it's an echoey room that he's in.
Yeah, it's because I don't have my headset on. I'm gonna wait a second.
Where are we going with
You have this posted, Norm, on your Facebook, right? View profile.
Yeah.
Okay. I am going to post it in your on that link. I'm going to post it. It's not very long. And it is Joe Borgo virtually saying that when he got to Ottawa, he decided to pay for 50 or 60 hotel rooms and some boardrooms, and he chose who were going to be the voices.
And for the people, they don't know Joe Borgo. It's a guy. It's a political party, and he tried to have the place, and he was everywhere across the country and saying the trucker was with him, and he tried to do it with us when we was in Regina, I think. And when we see this guy was there, and he was trying to say we was with him, and I look at him in his face, I listen to him, and I say, I don't believe in you, and we don't support politics, and we're not gonna be camera with you, and we left, and he was
also,
fucking mad. And
Joe Borgo is Chris Barber's biggest contract in his business since 2015. Okay.
Yeah, you have a lot of business over there, Joe Borgo. It's a full money company guy.
Mm-hmm. And he has aspirations of being Prime Minister of Canada. And I have a video of him saying that while he was at the convoy, he thought by paying for all the rooms and the boardrooms and stuff, people would start rallying behind him and things like that. But it didn't work that way. Then
you want to know something more true about him? I'm gonna say something people don't know, they know, and you don't know yourself too. Okay, I'm gonna say something. When we crossed Canada after the convoy, okay, we had a guy. He was with us at the convoy, and he was helping us, and we doing such sex. He was helping other corner and everywhere. Okay, and the guy was following us and the convoy, and everywhere we was going, they have some people they want to help us, okay? And people was thinking we was making a lot of money in this convoy on the nation, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. Yeah, the guy he was supposed to be there for the right reason, and he was talking with the people he was meeting all across the country. And at the end of the day, when I arrived to where Joseph Bourgault lived in his town, that's where we learned the guy that was with us across the country. He was passing in the back and behind us, and he was talking with the people, and he was raising money for the political party of Joseph Bourgault. So we get screw up all the way, okay? And when we arrive on at this place, and I said, "What the fuck is happening there?" And I see this guy, that's where we decide. We said, "Fuck it, man." We move around and we say no. So this guy is part of all the corrupt. He was supposed to be there in place
Yeah,
by the corrupt, okay? And those people,
exactly.
when I
And
say
I
by the
have a
corrupt, okay,
video.
I'm gonna say some name because people waiting for name, and I'm gonna say it. They have some Chris Barber there. They have Tamara, Tom Morezzo, a lot of other people. They was there, and they was all orchestrated. And last time you talked to me about the hotel, a room you did go, and all the big name, okay, they was there like Chris, Tamara, Tom Morezzo. You name other name too. They are all part of this corrupt fucking bullshit. I'm going with there with that. It's we all stuck with a lot of fucking fake people around us, and we want to expose those fake people. And I don't want to pass by 20 road to do it. And I know that we can do a live for 10 hours to talk about that. But the point is, a lot of things. It's very like a movie. It's all planned before, and that's what we have to expose to show to people. Don't fucking listen too much what you just see right away. Don't believe on everything you see right away, because it's all a show, and they have a lot of actor in this, and we have to show those actors so people can fucking move on and stop waste their time. Other thing you talk about it, and that's I think it's something people that don't know how deep it is. Like you speak with me and you talk about Candice, what has happened with the horse when she got
Yeah,
step on her with the horse. That is
yeah,
something you need to bring. You need to bring those things. We need to shake the people. We need to show to people how corrupt the system is to put people in place to destroy yourself. That's what I want to hear tonight. That's what people are there for here because it's time to fucking finish the bullshit and move the garbage out of the way so we can really uh, do some real action to protect our kids because at the end of the day we have a same fucking goal to achieve. We can do it in different way, paperwork, a different way we can do it. Like
Well, and this is
myself
where
and
I've been
like
saying,
Matthew.
man, everybody should be coming together for the kids. If people can't get behind and save the children worldwide, but even there's certain individuals or groups trying to do their own things to lead in the same way the convoy was going, that needs to change. We need to really bring the people together on a one common concern so we can all move forward, because when everybody's divided on all these different situations, all these different events, it's just like the ostrich farm. It's meant to divide. If people are going to care more about ostriches and a toddler being brutally raped almost to death and then going through reproductive surgery, you got a problem with you. Because I am an empath. I was misled by that biolab shit. I had people show me what was going on and they're just making money. I backed out of it a long time ago.
Yep.
Now since September, and it's for personal reasons, I've been standing up and saying enough is because more people need to advocate for our children and be doing it for the right reason.
Forty-five
okay. But
thousand
the only
kids
way to
Yeah,
every
save
that's
the
why
woman's.
we need
children,
to bring the bullshit
the
to the
only way to
table.
save the children is to get to the root causes of the corruption in our government, in our
It's
country.
everywhere.
It's the
Court
Okay.
entire
system, the
system.
government, the
So
police.
if you think what I'm doing isn't saving the children, then I'm sorry, then you're missing the point.
But you're supporting a system that is the problem, though.
Is
And
the
for
problem where this keeps
myself,
continuing because like I said, it's personal. I went through where I didn't need to seek public acceptance or public support. I went through what I went through personally. I've seen how corrupt this system really is and how so many things get brushed under the rug, and it will never stop happening until there is fucking real change. Not voting in it, is voting against it, and that needs the people.
Okay. I have a video recorded of Keith Wilson on Jason Levine's podcast. Keith Wilson says on that podcast that they acquired $4.5 million or $4.2 million from the crypto that Adopt a Trucker had originally gathered. Chris Guerra gave that crypto to Freedom Corporation. That crypto is being held, but now that their court case is over, that crypto may be released very soon. Okay. And Keith Wilson says that it is owned by Freedom Corporation. Okay. So despite the 10 million or the this and that, one thing I can prove is that they say that they own this $4.2 million. Now, in Freedom Corporation's filings, it says that if the money can't be distributed to the truckers or to Canadians that stood up, then all the money left over will be donated to a veterans charity. Now, the veterans charity that they are going to donate this money to is V4F. V4F was created by Tom Marazzo. Tom Marazzo sits on the board of directors for Freedom Corp. He is now not even a member of V4F, even though he is the original creator of it.
No, you can't leave out Jeff Everly, and that's why they highly broadcasted, and they were a part of James Top's journey till he got to Ottawa. And like you brought up earlier, Camp Eagle, it was by invite only. It's not that it didn't happen. It did happen, but you had to have the invite.
Okay, what James Top did, I highly commemorate the man. I think he was really, really good, but he also got infiltrated, and that's why he decided to stop everything. Okay, even his own security team was compromised. So James Top, I put my heart on the man. He really tried to do something to gain focus of Canadians.
Another fucking corrupt.
But the reason why he's just disappeared is because
And not James Butter.
it just didn't work. Okay. So I'm not ever going to say anything wrong about James Top, and I don't attack everybody. I call out or I ask questions. I have asked Barbara or Tamara, why don't you have a conversation with me on your Dialogue Over Division show? They have this show called Dialogue Over Division from Eva Chipiuk, but they never have anybody with opposing views. They only have the people on the list that I've shown you. That's it. And that's because it's a very controlled group. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to show you. People think that, here, I'm going to read you something here.
Oh my God. What the fuck are you having that clown on for? Why do you got that shit on there?
I get what you're saying, but that's not the point of that guy.
That guy's Antifa.
Which guy?
Oh, you're the guy that's been hanging out with him?
No, I don't hang out with him. I haven't seen the guy. This here.
I have seen you
Big
on his
smile,
live.
motherfucker. You on the main screen? We see you all.
Look. Went to buy hoodies from him. This is what went on. This had nothing to do with that guy there.
Oh yeah. Don't
This
distract
was
like Dana tonight. Come on, we all can't get away with that.
I gotta ask, why are you hanging out with Isaac?
I don't hang out with Isaac.
I've seen you hanging out with Isaac.
Okay, I didn't hang out with Isaac. I went on the show. So did Pat King. So did fucking. I went on lots of different shows. I'm saying we went on to buy his shirt, his hoodie, and he called the cops because we called it 10 to 9 at night. I don't hang out with
I know
Isaac.
he was calling Chris Barber and harassing him at like all hours of the night, and you were loving it.
Are you believe who's speaking right now?
Matthew.
Are you believing everything you hear, or was I there?
saw this.
Well, I was there.
Yeah, I know, and you thought it was entertaining.
So did you just look at the time?
Okay.
10 to 9.
Guys,
Seeing it's funny, Matt, you probably been paying attention, but I didn't hear about Kev up until this ostrich stuff. I never even knew who he was, and I was involved.
I didn't until I saw him with Isaac's on Isaac's live.
I'm just
talking about
Kevin
buying
was a
shirts
trucker
from
at the
Isaac,
convoy.
supporting that piece of shit. That guy has caused so much harm on that app. It's not even funny. Now, I've been pretty silent throughout this whole thing. There has been a few things that I have wanted to say. So I'm going to move away from Kevin. First of all, if you're hanging around the Antifa, I've got some concerns about that. I'm going to just leave it at that.
But that's not mean the guy is bad, but this guy was there at the convoy and he fucking fight hard. And he didn't back down, about the bullshit of the other guy.
You know, with Antifa, okay?
Isaac is Antifa.
Antifa. Where do you know that he's that fucking kid that runs a little thing? Where's he Antifa?
He's involved with their group. They literally get paid to cause corruption.
He gets paid, does he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. Him, shit talk
this is exactly what they want. Just circular conversations.
No, it's not. This is
nowhere.
exposing things. This guy, he literally takes other people and
Just to be fair, that's what it's been for the last almost, actually 3 hours and 11 minutes.
Yeah, so
I'm listening. Go ahead, move on, do whatever.
I'm going to move on from that because that guy's a piece of shit, and I don't even need to talk anything about him.
That's who I am.
I didn't say you were, but are you gonna that's concerning then too?
No. I'm much respect. Trust me. Go ahead.
All right. So Peaceman, I made a big video. It got a lot of attention, and you said that I did a good job, and then you proceeded to try to make me look like a bad person because I didn't have enough. My website wasn't built, my like page, and I was completely open with you about everything. So can you make it full screen? Because I want to see his face when I'm asking about these things.
Okay, Matthew, first of all, I've never ever heard of you before.
No.
And I have a lot of people that contact me if they see anything about me. Okay.
All right.
And what they did was I got 3 different people contact me and say, have you seen this video that this Matthew has used you in? And I said, no, because I don't have TikTok. I refuse. I don't use Chinese spy apps. So
they're all Chinese spy apps.
I got given this video that you created with my post in it.
Yeah.
And
I gave you credit as well.
I reached out to you right away and said, hey, can we have a conversation?
Yeah.
And we had a conversation, but in our conversation, it was a lot like this when you speak with that you don't believe in any type of system working and a lot of negativity.
I never said that. I never said I believe that we can create our own system if you want to clarify that. But our system that we live in isn't made by us. It's made by the same people that have been ruling the world for hundreds, maybe thousands of years. Very corrupt, very, very well thought out, and it will never get us to a solution. Anyways, continue.
So we had our conversation, and then I had to look at what you were providing me. You provided me a couple links that did not work. So I questioned you on that, and you took offense to it immediately.
No, I shared you my like page that I had made this summer, which was Vax Fact. I'm an advocate for the vaccine injured. I got 27,000 followers because I gave these people a voice. Dallas has co-hosted with me many times. She is one of my best online friends. And if you can you make it a bigger screen? Because I just want to show Dana. Like make it so it's both of us, Norman, or all of us.
I'm just saying your VaxPass page did not work, correct?
The like page worked, but you didn't like the fact that my web page didn't work. I had this huge plan to be to include all the VAERS reports, to create demographics, to a whole bunch of stuff, and someone was supposed to help me with that, and they never did. I'm not a computer programmer. I don't know how to build very complex websites. I'm a designer. I'm an inventor. So see this? 44.4 thousand followers on TikTok. Soon as I reached about 40,000, I get targeted so much that they don't want me to talk, that anytime I do a live on that app, I get either almost nobody coming on or my live gets taken down every single, look at this. My last
I just want to say, like, the followers and all that, I think it's meant to cause all chaos and think what we're getting onto.
It's not to brag. It's not
because
ego.
I was verified, not verified, but I was a digital creator on Facebook. I've actually recently got rid of it within the last 2 months because it's just, I've had enough. I've actually been weaning people out upon what they post because it's bullshit. It's not about saving the children worldwide. It's not doing anything beneficial. It's not doing anything beneficial. Let me make the point. I've been giving my piece, and I've been giving my patience all night myself as well. It's moving forward without going in circles. Like I keep fucking saying, everybody's main goal has to be the children worldwide. Save them. That's it. If we can't come to a common ground with common sense and human decency on standing together for the same issue, why are we even having this discussion in these lives right now?
Because we're having these discussions because of Norm. Norman here has asked, listen, I'm sorry. Norman here has asked that anybody that had anything to do with what happened in 2020 to come forward and speak about it with each other. Now, Matthew, I never seen you or heard of you. Nobody had in 2022 or at the convoy or a year later.
No. So I got to be honest with that as well.
I was quiet there because again, I was involved in the Occupy Wall Street movement, and that
let me continue. So Norman asked me to come on here and talk about my personal experiences with these people and expose them.
Let me be honest, because even when I was on Dana, it's not just about one in particular person exposing, and it's even with everybody comes on. This is supposed to be constructive conversation for everybody to put into everybody's input, and we can communicate and move forward. But when we keep, like you guys are going around in circles, what are we accomplishing?
I'm not going around in circles. That's what you're saying. I am focused on what
the comments I've been reading for the last 2 hours. A lot of individuals are aware of your website.
As far as Freedom Convoy, a corporation was created that stole everybody's voice in Ottawa. That corporation has directors. Those directors in their past before have made oaths to destroy this country. And one of those oaths is on the screen from Tamara Leach herself. And that oath says, to achieve independence and brighter future for Western Canadians through constitutional reformation or the creation of an independent nation. That is her words. Okay. Now, where do you see in those words anywhere about fighting for our rights or freedoms or anything I'm trying to get it big enough here so you can see the whole thing, but I don't think it's going to. Wait.
I would like to finish because I was cut off, and I want to finish squashing this beef with Dana so that way we can move
I don't
forward.
have a
And I
beef
think
with
that-
you, buddy.
So I think that needs to like, this is one of the purposes of why Norman does this, is because we do need to have unity. And yeah, you were trying to call me out for something, and you didn't
didn't
even
call
wanna
you
read.
out. I never
didn't
said
even-
anything publicly about you. I told it to
we
you.
were having a conversation, and then you decided that you didn't even want to read. You kept making accusations towards me, and I kept
Did not.
responding to you. I used to have a 3,200 friend following on Facebook. Friends, not following. And I got shut down after I interviewed Pat King. He told people to go and report me. So I lost my account. And so I had to start all over again.
How did you get over it?
I have never said a word about you publicly at all. I talked to you privately. I told you I would look at your stuff. I looked at your stuff.
Unblock you?
It
You
wasn't
want me to go
very
and unblock you,
convincing.
and then I'll go into the comments where we had huge threads with each other. So you were trying to say that
Private conversation.
No, that's a public conversation. So you were trying to call me out. So regardless of that, there's no tissues
Oh,
here.
I
ladies.
did.
I have a,
Wait,
I
made
have a good
comment to
ring
you,
and
I
gloves, guys, man.
I don't need that. No, I just want to squash this.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
So
but-
Peaceman,
friend.
when I saw your content, I actually admired you. I loved what you did. I thought it was great, which is why I gave you credit in that video. Not a lot of people that do videos will use other people's content and keep their name on it and give them credit. So
True.
I made sure to do that because that's the right thing to do. Now,
It's one way to look at it.
because I look so new, I can understand why you would think that. I did go to Convoy, but again, I was involved in the Occupy Wall Street movement, and it was heavily manipulated by politicians. So I knew that for this movement, I go and observe and just watch. And I knew that all the people that were big that took a stage, I knew that they were orchestrated. I knew it. These people don't have brains to organize shit like that.
Well, these people that say that they are the original organizers and stuff like that, and with the testimonies from the military aspect, those two different individuals, they say that they thought of all different security measures. But obviously, what I've shown you tonight with the police being recorded, with the manipulation of the documents, with them helping create a kettling situation, they didn't do their what they're trying to get people to perceive. Okay, they didn't do that properly. They didn't think about after the what would ever happen. They didn't think about holding accountability if it went wrong. They can't show you anything. I'm sorry, it's not about me, but I can actually show you accountability measures being used by civilians, and all I'm getting is it's all corrupt and there's nothing you can do. Well, I disagree. I'm not advocating for our systems, like you said. I actually am fighting against them if you read my documentation. But you've never read all my documentation. You didn't even know a lot of stuff about me.
What's that noise?
It's
Just a
Kevin.
second, guys.
What?
Take time. Take time to listen. We continue after.
I'm tired of it.
It's up to you right now. From Nova Scotia, it's up to you right now. Newfoundland, Labrador, it's up to you right now. The bridges to freedom, the freedom is right now.
Actually, I wish ACL was here. I really do.
We Got a slow roll up the hill, no standstill, and build a bridge to freedom just like Norman Blanchfield. Our country's in distress, nobody sees the tyranny. The winter convoy that we had is part of history. We need to re-strategize, reanalyze, reunify, and be wise if we want to rise up. Gotta do it right with the right people. Roll up for our rights, cause it's right to fight evil. The winter convoy was just an icebreaker to get my love and respect, exposing all these traitors. But now it's up to us to keep the torch lit. Gotta gather up the numbers in order to enforce it.
Still unreleased.
From the fake citizens. Human interaction, convoy for attraction. Have a chance to meet up face to face and feel their energy. We need the West Coast to tag along to fight our enemies. In Ontario, it's time to unite now. Brunswick, Nova Scotia, it's time to unite now. Newfoundland, Labrador, it's time to unite now. The bridges to freedom, right now. Prince Edward Island, yes, it's time to unite now. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, let's unite now. Alberta, BC, it's time for us to unite now. Bridges to freedom, right now. Forget the flyers you're promoting up on Instagram. You're making it too easy for the cops to come and spoil our plans. Forget the lives in the messenger groups. Don't base your trust on freedom by the pictures as proof. Some of them are infiltrators just to know where the bomb next. The same ones who think anonymous is a long stretch. I'm all set, willing to go meet with the West Coast. Show them in the flesh my respect while yelling, let's go. Yes, bro, ain't no better way to earn their trust. They're just waiting for the same initiation they show us. All our sources, all our forces on the road for 2.0. But this time we'll be together with a game plan to a foe. Ain't no running away when one of us gets harassed. We'll get the snakes out the grass and make the government crash. Freedom hasn't been ours, and it's been like that forever. It's been proven before that we could win this together. Yeah. In Ontario, it's time to unite now. Brunswick, Nova Scotia, it's time to unite now. Newfoundland, Labrador, it's time to unite now. Bridges to freedom, right now. Prince Edward Island, yes, it's time to unite now. Manitoba, Saskatchewan, let's unite now. Alberta, BC, it's time for us to unite now. Bridges to freedom, right now. We've got supporters that support the freedom movement. Then we've got supporters who support the party movement. The ones who haven't done shit, the ones who only run lip, the ones who have some fun with, the ones who lost their funds quick. It's time to separate the real and fake, who's been away, who's still on Wellington without a penny for a meal to scrape. There's no break, our country's freedom is at stake. My dancing's ready in the ranks for world peace to take its place. Victory is my priority, our freedom and authority. Accomplish that and after you could drink like a sorority. Until then, get out your house and go and conversate. Answer every question that they ask and understand their hate. Keep it a debate, keep it civil while you educate. Only then you'll realize we're the same and that we both aren't safe. We need to stick together, go west to grow the numbers. Bridges to freedom will be louder than a rolling thunder. Back in Ontario, it's time to unite now. Brunswick, Nova Scotia, it's time to unite now. Newfoundland, Labrador, it's time to unite now. Bridges to freedom, right now. Prince Edward Island, yes, it's time to unite now.
Sorry, guys, was just a moment to calm down, everyone, and to be able to listen to that because it say a lot of fucking thing in this song, and that's one of my buddy ACL, and he have a lot more songs. He say a lot of true, and then sometimes we just have to, okay, we move on, guys, and we need to arrive to a point, and we'll be able to move on with the shit, bring some solution to the table. I know it's take time right now. It's almost 3 hours and a half, and the people, they get tired. They want to have the punch. They want to move on. They want the rock on. And we need to move and bring the real truth and bring the real point and really move on. We're not there to fight for each other. We need to show how people, they are liar around, how people, they are not there for right reason. We need to fix the problem in between us so we can unite and fix the main problem, guys. We have kids to protect. We have a future for them to protect. We have a country to protect. We don't need to be the more famous. I'm not doing that to be famous.
Hey,
I can tell you something.
Norman, please.
My kids. No. I don't want to.
That's not why I was saying that.
Saying.
And then he went and said that, and then it twists everything that I was trying to get out. I keep trying to talk, and other people cut me off, and then I can't say anything I want to say, and now it's gotten twisted. All I was doing was giving people a voice that were vaccine injured, people like Dan Hartman, Kerry Sakamoto, tons of people. Dallas helped me with tons of that. I wasn't saying it because, I want to be big. It was because I wanted to give people a voice. And just like you're doing, that's why I started joining you, is because you're doing the same thing. And by me showing those numbers, I left Facebook because every time I posted something, I would get reported. I had 3,200 people watching me all the time, and they didn't like what I was talking about. So I lost my account. That's why nobody on Facebook knows me, because I had to rebuild everything. I couldn't even use my phone number to make an account because it would automatically be flagged. I gave Pat King my phone number, and after that happened, I lost my account 2 years ago. So
hold on 1 second, I just gotta grab my fiddle or my violin. Where's that fucking? Get my violin, my Kleenex.
Here, it's right here, buddy.
Chris, come out wherever you are. Don't hide. Come out and get real, bud.
So all I'm trying to say is I care about all people, not just the kids. The kids that were harmed by those vaccines, I care. I want this system exposed for killing
This
people.
is something that everybody needs to understand. We are fortunate enough right now to be on here and speaking our truths and how we feel. But moving forward, our main goals and objectives are to preserve the future for our youth. Period.
I don't think it was Pat. I think that it was someone that watched the live with Pat, and he told people to report me. So, those vaccines killed people. I've done tons of research on those vaccines. There are things in those vaccines, the chemicals that they're using, that is proven to harm people. I've done the research. I don't just sit there and regurgitate what everyone says. I do the in-depth research. Just like Peaceman does the legal stuff, I do the medical stuff.
Where's the cup truck, Chris? Come on now. Come on, come on.
So in my view on the protest in Ottawa, this is a very important statement that is taken out, was researched by me to come up with a very simple sentence in holding accountability. Now, the reason why these particular words are used is because in the RCMP Act and the Policing Act of 2019, it talks about officers knowing that orders that they are given and actions taken must be constitutional. And they were not. And it's been proven in court with the EA being, or with the Emergencies Act being unconstitutional. It's proven in court that the protest itself was legal and followed legal provisions. So this sentence and this complaint is what I am working on. And that's what I'm here to tell you guys about. Norman asked me about my personal experiences with some of the people that are put front and center over and above everybody else. And that's what I came to do tonight. I didn't come here to argue with other people or go sideways. I came here to inform people about holding accountability, about asking for the video footage from the citizen cameras, about holding accountability through the LECA and all of these other organizations that they've put in to make it difficult. And yes, they've made it difficult, but it's not impossible to expose the corruption. And this is how you build a solid case. All I want people to do, that I ask people to do, is do your own. You can read what I've written and follow some of the things, but it's best to get your own knowledge. You will notice that a lot of these podcasters and these heroes, that they can't show any documentation on holding any accountability whatsoever, not even trying. So if they're not even trying, then what are they doing? They're creating new businesses, new charities, things like this instead. And this is not me being divisive. This is me following the logical path on holding accountability. I told you, I'm a geek. I don't speak in public very well because I'm very direct. And a lot of times that hurts people's feelings. I understand this, but it is also why I was put in my positions that I have been in the past with corporations and all these other things, is because of the logical path. That's it. So I'm trying to help everybody in Canada just by holding the accountability through these measures that they keep putting up, these barriers they keep putting up. The LECA wasn't even thought of in 2022. But since they got so many complaints on the police misconduct, they created the LECA to decompartmentalize and just start closing complaints without doing any accountability. I understand people don't have faith in it. I have faith. I don't apologize for that. I have faith in humanity because I am a humanitarian. So I went to Ottawa and I met a lot of beautiful, wonderful people. Wonderful people. I actually didn't meet almost any bad actors at the time. Everybody that I seen was trying to do something positive. They were trying to stay away from the planted material like the Nazi flags and the horse tramplings and all of these things that were
what about Candice and the
that
horse?
were
Can you talk
planned.
about it?
Absolutely. I've talked about Candice before because I thought it was very strange. So I'm going to tell you a little story about that right now. That's what you want, right, Norman?
Well, I think people need to know, and if you, like you said, you have all the proof of it. So if people want some more
Okay.
further proof, you can talk to you.
So one night after I finished
It's just
standing,
to show people. Sorry, I just want to interrupt. It's just to show people how deep we are infiltrated by corrupt
yeah,
people, and you need to take
yeah.
care of that. And we need to put out the fucking garbage for the enough.
Okay, I'm gonna plug in a new hard drive here, and I think it's got all the Candice stuff on it. So what happened was I was finished standing one night, and where is it? After I finished standing one night, I decided to finish. I was sore and tired. But just as I was walking back to my hotel room, somebody came running up to me and said, "Did you hear a woman's getting trampled?" So I kind of walked over there and I seen all the police and the horses and everything else. And I was disgusted. I was crying, to tell you the truth. I have some emotional when I see something that's very wrong, it's very hard for me. So I started walking away, and I walked over to a pizza place, and while I was walking over to the pizza place, I seen Candice standing with her friend about a block away from where this happened. After it happened, I see her standing with a friend talking to a trucker. And as I'm walking past, she eyeballs me. And I go into the pizza place. It takes me about 20 minutes. And I get my pizza and I walk out, and I'm walking 2 blocks to the hotel. Candice and her friend come up behind me, and I see them about a block behind me. And she's walking just fine. Her friend is walking. They actually sped up a little bit. And as I walked into the hotel, the Sheraton, there were about 50 different media and different personalities that were in the lobby. And I wanted to use the computer in the lobby. So as I walked in, one of these reporters, and I won't mention who it is right now, but he yells out to me, "Peace man, did you hear a woman got killed by a horse?" And the rare times that I swear, I told him, "Shut the F up. I just seen her and she's perfectly fine." And I walked over to the computer and I sat down. Right at that point, Candace Ciro walks into the front lobby with her friend, and they come directly to me. And her friend says, "Peace man, this is," and I had met this friend the day before, by the way, and I seen Candace Ciro on the hill the day before with a big red hand painted on her face. And I sat down and she comes up and she says, "This is the woman that was trampled by the horse." And I right away, I said, "Sit down." There was a chair in front of me. But as soon as she said that, all these media started closing in. And I noticed that. And I said, "Are you hurt?" And she says, "Yes, yes." And I said, "Okay, stand up." And she was like, "What?" I said, "Stand up." And she stood up and I said, "Turn around and walk into that elevator." And just then the elevator door opened. And the reason why I did that was because I could see something right there. Okay. I could see that she was wanting the media storm, is what I'm going to call it. And I said, "Go into the elevator." So her and her friend went into the elevator, and I brought them up to my hotel room, and I put them in the hotel room, and I said to our guard that was in the room, I said, "These two girls are going to stay in here for a minute. Do not let anybody in the door. Do not talk to anybody. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get her some help." And she thought, "Oh, good. He's going to go get some media or something like that, right?" But immediately after I walked out of the room and locked the door, I called 911. There is a 23-minute or 22 or 23-minute phone call with me and 911. Okay. And in that conversation with 911, yes, I tell them I don't think she's hurt. But if a person is telling me that they are hurt, I have to have somebody look at them. And so I stayed on the phone until the ambulance got there. When the ambulance got there, they said, "Okay, now you can go and talk to the paramedics." So in the hallway, I met the paramedics and I brought them to the room and I sat back and I let them do their thing. I never said a word, but I took pictures and I recorded them checking her out. Recorded her taking her shirt off, and there were absolutely zero. Remember, this is now almost an hour afterwards. Okay. There were zero bruises. There were zero scratches. There was nothing. And the paramedics did all their tests, and they said, "We can't find anything. I'm sorry, we can't take you to the hospital." And she was sitting there with her shoulder like this, and when she was talking to me, she was all fine, easy conversation, everything else. But as soon as the paramedics showed up, it all turned into, like this. And so the paramedic said, there's nothing wrong. We can't take you. She starts screaming and yelling and everything else. And she and I have the videos. I played the videos on Rick Walker's show, and I explained this whole story the exact same way. And she starts screaming and yelling, "You have to take me, you have to take me." And when she was doing that, the paramedic got a call, and she went and took the call. She comes back and she says, "Okay." And they put her on a stretcher, and I took a picture of her on the stretcher. And then I followed her down the elevator to outside, and I made sure to record the ambulance number, time, date, everything. Okay. A couple months later, I get a phone call from this friend that was with her then, said, "I'm with Candace right now, and she's getting $20,000 from the police, from an officer." And I was like,
why she get 20,000?
Yeah. I said, "Really?" I said, "Okay. Well, she's been telling everybody that she's got dislocated or broken collarbone or something like that. She can say whatever she wants. No doctor is ever going to corroborate her story and give medical information to the public. None of them will do that. It's against their rules." So then I meet up with Candace by accident at the Castleman camp when I went to visit for one day. And you know what? She seen me and she turned white. And
the first time I saw you and I talked with you 5 minutes, that's it.
Yeah, exactly. And then Candace has gone all over the place and said speeches and everything else. But if somebody helps you, like I did, called an ambulance, got her help, everything else, why would you never, ever mention that in your story? Okay? Why would you never mention it? Because she knows she contacted me right after it happened and she said, "Can I have those videos and pictures?" And I said, "No." I said, "No, Candace, you can't." And she instantly blocked me, never said a word to me again. So
what you're saying to people is he would part with the government or part with the corrupt people or
just an opportunity.
What are you trying to say to us with that, and why she get money? Did you know he was there, or
all I can tell you is my personal experience with her, and it's up to other people to question her yourself. Okay? Because I don't have any need to speak to her. I seen what she tried to do, and I seen how it was used internationally against Canada. Remember what I said about them creating international interference into Canadian issues? That's exactly what that was used for. Okay? That's what that was used for. So I wasn't against anybody. I'm just telling you what I seen, what I did. I called 911 for her. I got her help. But when they got there, they could not find anything wrong with her.
Her niece reported that she had some bruises and scrapes. That was about it.
Okay, and now Matthew, you have something to finish, and I think it's all about the finish problem in between each other. So I think it's very time for you and Peaceman to just finish what you have to finish. I'm sorry last time I cut you was just because everyone was start to get angry, and I just want to cool people down, and that's why I put the music on. But now we can finish what you have to finish, so we can move on with that and pass to something else after, and everyone will know what they have to know.
I have no issues. Matthew can do whatever he wants.
But before that, I do want you to finish about the money that she got. I've heard that from other people that so like Dallas wrote, he's asking you why you're saying she got 20,000. Answer the question. Norm's asked twice who gave her that. So who gave her that money?
A police officer is what I was told on the phone as it was happening. That's all I can tell you.
Okay, so it was like hearsay. I'm not trying to disregard what you're saying now.
Absolutely. That's why I didn't ever raise the $20,000 issue, because it was her friend that was actually there though. And not many people have my phone number. Okay. And this person actually called me and said, I'm sitting here right now. Now, later on that evening, she went out and started spending that money. And there are witnesses to her having that money.
Okay. So
all
like,
of a sudden.
So you have like proof for that, witnesses that seen it.
I'm sure there's going to be people coming forward and saying something in the text if they're brave enough. You know,
well, we'll see.
I don't hide from anybody, never have. I answer the questions as best as I can. I like to only speak about things I can prove, like calling 911 for her, like taking the videos of her while she's being checked out, taking videos, taking pictures of me and her together at that time with a timestamp. So we can tell that it was certain point after she was trampled, supposedly. And also in the police misconduct.
Person everybody thought was dead was the man in the brown coat, which up until recently, many heard that he actually got away and he was good. But that was always a question and behind the scenes from people who were involved. And there's other people who wanted to be involved, but they were left out. And they may have some evidence, they may have some things and want to be heroes themselves. But the main thing is we don't stand upon or stand on an egotistical or prideful approach. It's not about one in particular person. It's not about what someone has created. This is about preserving the future for our children. So upon all of these lives, which I think Norman's trying to get at, is how do we move forward with what's going on right now, not what happened 3 years ago, going on 4.
I'm sorry, I disagree, CJ.
What do you disagree with?
I'm trying to finish my sentence. I disagree, CJ, because what we need to do is actually try to hold the accountability for the illegal arrests, for the illegal invocation of the act. All of these things, they have not been resolved properly. They have not been addressed. And that's what I am doing. All I can say is that's what I'm doing. I don't know what anybody else is doing.
When many of us are getting thrown out of court, and when you actually look at the logistics and the statistics, how many pedophiles are getting out, people who are harming children, and it's not just in Canada, this is a worldwide issue. When does society say enough is enough and stand up for our fucking youth?
When we change the system.
So I've come on, I've said my piece. I did exactly what Norman had asked me to, is to show the names of the people in the clandestine group, to show where that group was.
And we should be talking about where these certain groups are working and collaborating and still distracting right now.
Exactly. But that's up to you people, to the citizens, to start questioning Freedom Corp yourself. See what happens to you when you question them. Okay? Because I didn't attack anybody. Actually, Chris Barber was the first person to really attack me, other than Rosie Convoy, which was a created persona of an opportunist.
So Rosie, which we know is Judy Martin's, I do know there was a particular trucker that contact with you because she reached out to them. And then you have on a couple podcasts touched upon his name and said, I don't want to talk about that guy. And that's where I asked you, what are your thoughts and what is your opinion on Chava Vizzy since you answered question?
Oh, Shaba Vizzy. That's what you were saying. I couldn't understand what the hell you were saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Shaba, when Reverend Kevin here and I were sitting in his truck at 11:30 at night on the 18th, Shaba Vizzy pulled up in beside, okay, because a truck had pulled out and Shaba moved from his spot that he had been in the whole time, and he moved right up beside Kevin and I. My personal conversations with Shaba, he has always said the only resolution to this is to pick up guns. That's what he has said to many people.
Sorry, I didn't hear that from him myself at all, ever. And he was like a brother to me. So that's where this is news to me. So continue.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with that type of talk. Okay. And the way that he described what he would do was very graphic. And I just decided I wasn't going to have anything to do with that man. I'm sorry. I seen him getting beat with my own. I was actually the closest one looking down from the top of the live from the shed when he was getting beat. Same with Ben, Boom Truck Ben. I watched him get sprayed in the eyes and pushed around and stuff from the police. I watched them shoot people with rubber bullets.
They peacefully surrendered.
Who?
Chava Vizzy and Ben.
Yeah, they were peaceful, but the police weren't. And actually, I gave Norman a video. Here. I'm going to play the video.
Put them on up because we want to see actual stuff that's relevant to what we're all going through right now. This is where I keep saying we need to preserve and for our children's future.
I wish you could show that video, but I'm going to try to show it myself. Actually, let me see if I can find it here real quick.
I'm not arrived there on the computer yet. I try my best.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to try to find it here. Peace Man's Journey. There it is.
Make a wish.
I found it, and I would like people to see this because in the end, there was only like 9 trucks left and very little people, okay? And
to the end of my time.
Okay. So this is the video, and I hope you can hear it. It's better if you watch it on Facebook itself, but we'll see if this works.
Take a picture for all these people that aren't here. This is for you, the world. We're not here for ourselves. We're here to protect you. If you think this is wrong, this is very un-Canadian. Here they come. I love you all.
I just want to check. Can you hear that okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
They're coming in. Not sure why the people aren't getting all really together. I'm not moving. You can arrest me. I've never done a criminal act in my life, but I was prosecuted for it. I am a humanitarian. What they're doing here is inhumane. This criminal up here has not even talked to these people. have criminals in the Peace Tower calling us criminals. I will not be called a criminal. I'm here for the world. This isn't about your city. This is the capital of Canada, where we come to air our grievances legally and peacefully. I will not back down. How hard he stands. You see these people? They are criminals. Police are the ones doing the criminal activity. We have been in peace for 25 days. I've not been here for nothing.
I know that revving and I know that horn.
Absolutely.
Right to the
And
end.
you know the inside of this building.
Man, right to the end. I looked up at you.
This is what it looked like inside the shed.
I was having a Bailey's and coffee. Right.
Just give it a second here.
You were warm. Exhaust pipe.
Don't tread on me, I won't tread on you. All that we ask is for freedom and truth. We did what you asked, not knowing our fate. We get in return a bunch of mandates. Oh, Canada, I hope you can see big rigs are rolling from west to east. Oh, Canada, won't you stand with me? We're all brothers and sisters in the land of the free. Said I won't tread
This
on
may be our last stand.
tread on me. You called us the fringe minority. We know our rights and the freedom ain't cheap. And we'll gladly pay with rubber and steel. Oh, Canada, we have a voice. Let Ottawa know that we want our choice. Oh, Canada, let's make some noise. Stand up for our rights with the Freedom Convoy. Oh, Canada, I hope you can see big rigs are rolling from west to east. Oh, Canada, I hope you can see we have a voice. This is still our country. All that we
Just
want.
beating the shit out of people in the streets and wanting their lives back. You're proud?
Grew up in a land of freedom and peace. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada.
There is no way the officers did not know or ought to know the orders they were given and actions taken were unconstitutional. Every major investigation and change started with a small complaint. Never underestimate. I do not understand why it is so hard to ask the basic questions that we as citizens should be using to hold accountability. Because of my personal situation, I did go prepared to hold accountability when we could see that there was wrongdoing going to take place. Before one person arrived in Ottawa, their voice had already been silenced.
So all I want to say after that is tell me what I've done wrong, people, because I've just been trying to navigate, just like all of you, trying to navigate as a citizen for my country. And yes, I'm proud of what I have accomplished. And I wish there were more Canadians that could show that they are actually accomplishing some kind of accountability. Because these heroes and these corporations and lawyer firms and everybody else, they're not fighting for you. They're fighting for a paycheck. I don't care. I don't need money to live. I live in a cottage on a mountain, and my address is widely known, is publicly known because of Peace Island. Yes, my family owns an island called Peace Island. It's on the Mattawatchin River near Griffith, Ontario. I like my life out here. And I never needed to leave this mountain to go to Ottawa. But I needed to leave this mountain and go to Ottawa. I don't ever get to speak on your podcasts from your favorite people or anything else because they seen that I was, you know, I've been, people tried to bribe me. People tried to threaten me, fear me, a lot of different things. And it just doesn't work because I'm very focused on fixing our country. I don't care about your fucking quabbles, okay? I care about actually moving forward. And I want to speak to logical people that go and look at my information. And if you can prove me wrong, if you can say, listen, you've made a mistake here, please come do it. My website is up there and I don't ask anybody for anything, but I'll tell you, I couldn't afford to keep it last year or 2 years ago. And a private citizen came to me and said, what is the biggest thing that I could do to help you? And I said, I'm about to lose my website in 30 days. Could you help me? And they paid it for 2 years. So I try to do all of this, and I don't want to use legal systems because those are a black hole. It's just a black hole of legal bullshit. But in every one of our civil and government programs and organizations, there is accountability measures. And that's where my focus is. And that's what I try to educate Canadians on how to use, how to be bold, how to do that. So I don't think I can add much more today. And I appreciate everyone's time. Norman, we're going to have more conversations, I know, because there's things that we touched on that we could organize and show properly. You know, like there was there's some key things I wanted to show you tonight, but we just can't do it because you're not familiar with the program, and that's understandable. We're all growing. We're all trying to help each other. So I will help you with that. And hopefully we can show you something that doesn't look like an attack, but just following the path. Follow, you know, cases don't get created. They actually create themselves, you know, criminal cases. So I want to bring criminal cases on the RCMP and the OPS, but that's because once I complete that, it allows to go up the chain, like you guys say, because the police did not and the RCMP did not act and do these illegal procedures without being directed by some kind of political interference into policing. So that's my whole biggest claim is my biggest investigation is PIPP, political interference into policing. And I appreciate all of the great comments that I have seen this week, especially because this is blowing up. It looks like everybody's arguing and fighting and stuff, but it's really, that's not what is happening. What is happening is people are showing that they are doing their due diligence and they're starting to question the people that are being paid and bought and paid for. So that's it. I guess I'm.
I think Norm's doing a good thing, Dana.
I do too. I do too, and that's why I'm here.
No matter who it is at this point right now, I got a lot of respect for Norm and doing here with bringing us together and whatnot. Doesn't have to be about anything. I get stuffs in the past. For me, I'm just showing stuff as it went. I don't give zero fucks about where I was. I was there. I did see it firsthand every day, right at the very front line. That was just my own eyes. So I have my own perspective. I know what I've seen. I see it how it is. No matter what, it wasn't supposed to be any hard feelings. We all experience the time. The point is, we got to let our box fucking to the side, and it's facts over feelings now for me, right? And if we don't fucking stand together and just get it out and move on, I kind of wish some of the other people would come forward that are all talk. They can have podcasts about everything else and talk about fucking.
Oh, Norm, show the whole screen, Norm.
You know, you can go. You know, you can talk about house arrest. You can talk about all this shit. Who cares? Let's move on. Get this out without everybody coming. Why are we not good enough? We were all there. Like Dana, he sat on the line. I watched. He held the thing. He gave hugs. Much respect for that shit. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what it is, call a spade a spade. If we don't fucking stick together, this is our country. We got to stand up for it, period. And that's the end of the day, what it's all about right now. And this is the start. But going on followers and this, likes, who gives a fuck, man? All we need.
Would you stop that, please?
But,
like, did you miss the point of why I said that?
You know, don't get butthurt over what I said, bud, because I'll say it how it is, okay? So
my ass feels great.
Give a fuck about followers. I don't give a fuck about this feelings. I give a fuck about our country, period. Write that down. I don't stare down to nobody's bullshit. I listen and I want to work together. I think Norm is doing an amazing job. That's why I'm here. I've listened. It's all, don't be hypocritical. You say it's about just the kids in this, then you go off about you and you lost followers. But I threw away a 40.
You didn't fucking hear a word I said, did you? Did you? You didn't even fucking listen to me.
Over here, I know you want to be.
I dedicated my life
to
not.
exposing vaccine
They're
injuries. Are
fucking
you
not.
hearing me? Hey, dumbass, are you hearing me?
What's
No,
dividing?
we need to be
I spend
respectful.
10 to
There's
12
no
to
name
14
calling
hours
here
a
in
day
the panel.
giving
I'm just
people a
saying
voice that
together.
were vaccine injured. Are you hearing me?
I
Are
let
you
you
still
talk.
fucking
Now you
talking?
don't let me talk.
You're sitting there saying we need to stop having division, and then you start with that shit. Grow the fuck up.
You know what, man? I'll do that, okay? Thanks for
Yeah.
putting it, okay?
I fucking put my life into this. I have passion for what I did. I gave people that a voice that
Yeah,
was silent.
Get it.
Yeah.
You have,
All
none
of
Oh,
us.
you're gonna do that symbol with me
passion.
now,
None
eh?
of us have passion or care about our freedom.
Did
None
I
of
say
us,
that?
None of us ever
Did I say
up
that?
there. Did,
I
Dave.
didn't say that.
Hey,
I didn't say that,
fucking
right?
lot,
Okay,
200
you know
followers,
what?
okay? I don't give a shit about that, man. I give a
Well, you
shit.
don't care about the people who are vaccinated.
I gave my money to the fucking children's hospital, okay? Don't say what I care about, okay?
Okay,
Okay?
no, isn't
That-
leading the right way. So if you can't try to,
Don't judge me until you know me. You went on about Antifa. You went all around it, okay?
Yeah, of course I did. That guy's a piece of shit, and you were hanging out with him.
But you know
That-
what, there, Matt?
You make
Wait,
okay?
Kevin, can I have a second to help you?
Go ahead.
And Matthew, Matthew, you're talking to three guys that I know, personal experience, Norman, Kevin, and myself, that were literally on the front line every day living outside. Okay. And we're trying to, and Kevin here is thanking Norman for actually saying, listen, let's talk about it. Norman is asking me to come and show what I have, and let's talk about it. So I'm not talking about me when I'm talking about all of this stuff. I'm talking about what we are doing as a group. Okay? So I don't think when you're on a panel like this, you should be calling people names very loudly either. So
do you think that others should give little sideways little digs as well and try
You know
to trigger
what?
another
Well,
individual into doing things like that?
obviously, wait a second. Obviously, you don't understand different personalities. Kevin
I
is
do.
very
I
different.
absolutely understand
Kevin
little
is very
indirect little
different than
pokes at
me.
people.
Norman is very different than me.
We're all different.
I'm very different than you. And sometimes if you hear something and you're on a panel or you're speaking to a government official, sometimes you just gotta fucking eat it and not say a word. Because that's in the interest.
That's not me.
Because what you're doing is creating disruption every time. And this is exactly what I complained to you to your face about.
So how about if I keep talking about how you brought up your website a million times and how you keep talking about fundraising and I could do that in a sideways manner.
I don't talk about fundraising.
I could do that in a sideways manner till it irritates you. Then you'll react, and then I'll blame you for your reaction.
I'm not going to argue with you about this. Kevin just said,
okay. And when it comes to a politician, I'll tell a politician to go fuck himself with this.
Thank you for telling me your opinion. That's it. I appreciate you, Norman. I thank you. Kevin, I thank you for coming on tonight, knowing I was here and we had our little disagreement, but I think we're okay. And I think in the future, we're going to get some things done. I can't hear you. You got to speak closer to your phone.
You get over it like a man and you move on and address the situation at hand. This is a bigger deal than any of the bullshit going on. If we don't stick together and get our numbers and get on the right page, this is just going to go over and over.
What Kevin said was facts over all of this other shit.
Facts over feelings.
Let's start showing our facts, because that's where we're going to get. I need help with citizen.
I wanted to help you with
awareness.
content. I wanted to help you with content, Peace Man, because I'm good at making
I don't
videos.
think you're the guy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sure. Okay. Fine.
You know what? No matter what fight, I'll stand with you guys if you stand. But if you don't stand, like, we need warriors. We need true soldiers. Sometimes your soldier, you got to go to war. These are just facts. And if we don't, You want to do it for the kids? Let's do it. I'm down. I'm definitely down.
World War III
I'm
will not
doing it
be
for
fought on the
everybody, not just
conventional
the kids.
You're
battlefield.
wasting our time.
So
Well,
the
I'm
reason
not.
I brought
I
that stuff
feel
up,
very
I
confident.
just Dana, can you give me a second? I brought that up, and I'm going to give you the context. I brought up my following because he said that I'm a nobody. So I'm showing him that I've done stuff, that I have been involved in doing stuff. It wasn't to show off or my ego or anything like that. It's to say, look, this is what I've put my time into when I got silenced on Facebook. So, and you trying to poke me with that, I'm going to fucking react. I don't care.
Well, you react away, and I'll just sit there and I'll try and talk my way out of it if I can. But
sure, you go right ahead.
I'd love to rebuttal with Christopher Barber to Bear Lich.
You're never gonna get it.
You're out there. I invite you guys to come up and
You have to push that.
come up and chat with us.
You're never gonna get it. You're never gonna get it. I tried calling Chris Barber out on TikTok. He wouldn't come up.
Okay, but let him finish, Matt.
Diana Thomas.
Yeah.
Let him finish.
Diana Thomas, you're exactly right. And the three men that you see here, and Freedom CJ, we're trying to work together to actually talk about what each one of us is doing and what we can help each other with. But Matthew here seems to want to create something different in this room, and I don't appreciate it. So that's what I'm going to say.
We all have our opinions. It's fine. I have nothing to say.
Yeah.
All in my opinion.
And what is it that I'm trying to create, Dana?
Talk about it. I had a little different. I'd love to get everybody there.
You started this with me, Dana. You started this. I had beef with you because of it. And I had beef. Shut up, Kevin.
We've been trying to end it for. We've been trying to end your bickering for the last 10 minutes.
I tried to squash it, and then you guys turn this into a following thing, an ego thing. It had nothing to fucking do with that. And you yourself said I did a good video of your stuff. I wanted to continue doing that because you have an aspect of something I don't like. I don't like the legal system, but you pull up the shit and I know how to push it out. We all have great aspects of things that we can do, things that we can use to create unity. There's things that I'm not good at, you're good at, all of us, we are not good at and are good at. And that's all I want. That's why I was like very disappointed in the way how you came at me. And you're supposed to be a peace man.
Being good at communication is probably something that needs to be worked on, especially when you're trying to speak. You're not supposed to be speaking to each other here. You're trying to tell the people. You're trying to engage. You're trying to engage the people.
How are we moving
okay
forward? Really?
So if I talk about my website or whatever, it's because I'm engaging. I'm actually using that as a tool to help people learn how to engage with the government on holding accountability. What is wrong with that? Is that asking for money? No. I told a story where somebody anonymously helped me with the website and is the reason why it's still active. Now this year I can afford to pay it, so I am paying it. But you're bickering for 10 minutes. And this is why what you create in the texting is more people to say this is just bickering.
All these guys got to air
get over yourself.
You talked almost the entire live piece, man, and then these two guys got to air out their issues. And the second I got to air out my issues, I was silenced. Then,
right?
Yeah. See, you're still doing it.
Right.
So I kept quiet.
I never talked.
Like to be.
I know you guys don't know me. I know you guys don't know me, and you think that there's something wrong with me or whatever. That's on you. I don't really care. I've put my time into this differently than you guys have, and it's to expose something, which is the government, vaccines. I do tons of research. Dana? Did you look into any of those posts that I made on that like page, and all the research that I've done? No, because that's not your thing.
I did look at it, but it really I'm sorry, but it wasn't presented very well. That's what I'm going to say.
Sorry, I'm not perfect like you.
Excuse me? Why do you act those things?
In there for a second.
It has nothing to do with what I provided.
Right,
it was the way how I did it.
Thank you, Matthew, for your opinions. Norman, I just wanted to say thank you, and I think there's more things that we can talk about in the future. Same with Kevin, because
We're all good.
we need the facts. We need the facts, and we need to talk to these. And we need to talk to.
Here, I'll do you guys all a favor, okay? Here, you guys.
We
are going
need to. Let me just. Did I close it?
Okay. Why?
Where is it?
Okay, guys, we're gonna listen to another song quickly, okay?
Thank you.
You want to listen to another song?
Do you mind if I song?
Yeah. Mind if I smoke?
No, you can smoke for sure.
Oomba. Come to jail with me next weekend. We'll have a good time.
What you say, Kevin?
What's that? I'd like to hear another song.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put the song on, okay?
Yes.
Don't misinterpret the song.
No. Huh?
ACL.
Oh no, just a minute.
No, keep it playing. Don't get us hyped like that and then cut it off. Come on, brother.
Yeah, I'll put it back. Just a second.
I wish ACL was here tonight, because he used to send me his songs when he was creating them. He'd send me them and let me listen, because he was spitting the truth at the time, and I really
he's pretty
enjoyed.
good.
Yeah. And I'm not a rap liker, but I love his songs.
ACL. I'm discouraged, man. Ever since the convoy, we've been protesting, marching, convoying, signing petitions, fighting off Antifas, fighting with our loved ones, spreading peace and love. No more pain left. What else can we do? I don't condone violence, but I'm about to get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything deep down where you from, no run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Unacceptable, their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything deep down where you from, no run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Unacceptable, their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad. WEF, new bills, drag queens inside elementary schools. When the fuck did have naked drag grooming our children become cool? I don't hate LGBTQ+, I know it's Trudeau's fault. Pushing it on our children, you think that's gonna give them good results? It'll be too late to change once they've grown up into adults. Puberty blockers from doctors, it's a profit in their votes. I ain't signing no petition, I ain't voting for a pigeon. Doesn't matter who's inside that nest, they don't make the damn decisions. I'm done with marching, protesting, it's getting scary, man. Next time we march, it won't be with a bunch of empty jerry cans. No more kisses, no more hugs. We tried to show them love. All it did was get him equipped with a stick helmet and matching gloves. It's a great reset, but yet you still think that we shouldn't fight. Let him beat us down to the ground and strip us from all of our rights. 50-minute cities, inflation, you know it's getting bad. Enough is enough, toughen up, it's time for us to fucking get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything deep down where you from, don't run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Let's go. Unacceptable, their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything deep down where you from, don't run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Let's go. Unacceptable, their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad. We tried everything we could to keep the peace with love and harmony. All the new bills they've been imposing on us is pretty much alarming. Now it's time to take a stand, cause they've been ignoring the Bill of Rights. Don't want to provoke while they provoke us with the will to fight. I know it's a tactic, antic planted, so they could call us terrorists. People think I'm crazy, telling me I should chill and go see a therapist. Everything I've seen and witnessed since the convoy's been diminished. They've been vicious and malicious. This is far from being fair. Let's fight in the name of love if we want anything to budge. Only God can judge if you believe he's watching from above. Jesus, Buddha, Allah, at this point religion doesn't matter. We've got ourselves a common foe, we're all getting bruised and battered. I don't support the violent route, we've been trying to use that voice. There's no more options left, we don't really have any other choice. I know you're scared, but we need you in the back cause it's getting bad. Motivate yourself with your anger cause it's time to really get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything they've done, where you from, no run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Unacceptable their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything they've done, where you from, no run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Unacceptable their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad. Don't matter where you're from, look at what France has done. They're getting beat down, still they won't give up and run. Don't want no violence, can't keep the silence. To have love, we gotta fight like we're lions. It's obvious people will get hurt for standing up. To me, it's worse to stay at home and keep my mouth shut. What choices do we have? Freedom is for them to grab. Fuck a badge. Throw your fist up, it's time for us to get mad. Time to let your frustration out for your children and your wife, for your rights. Better yet, simply for your mother trucking life. The next generation will be suffering if we don't stand hand to hand. I'll be damned if I let them all get away with the plan. Get prepared, show them that we're serious and we're not scared. Brace yourself for going in, let's get them out those fucking chairs. Everything they do for wealth, what they're doing to our health. Wear a mask, get a vaccine, enough is enough, time for you to get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything they've done, where you from, don't run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Let's go. Unacceptable their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad. Canada, stand up, man up, join us, you know it's time to get mad. Everything they've done, where you from, don't run, you know it's time to get mad. Hate to say it, but it's true. Let's go. Unacceptable their views. Freedom fighters, time to rise and fight all day and night, so get mad.
That's one of my favorites from him, actually.
I see a comments. I see a comment. A song won't save my children, but that actually song can make people reflect, and the word can go farther than what you can think. And so yes, it's important with those people. They can sing like that and bring the truth out, and a lot of people will listen that. So yes, song can help people and can help the scene. Somebody tried
Absolutely,
to go
because
in
look
the
how many
comment. I'm gonna add him. I
artists.
don't know who it is.
Look how many artists have helped in humanity. Major songs have really changed humanity. Songs, okay? So yes, it could help your children. Who is this G person that keeps coming in and out with no video?
That's G
I don't
Money.
know. I tried to unmute him so he can talk.
Straight away.
Hey, thank
John
you,
Biden.
Brendan Ash. I just want to thank her because she has actually read all the documentation, all of it, and it really helped her. And I don't know who she is. I don't remember everybody I met, but I know who I talked to. And always very good, very helpful, and very looking forward. So thank you.
I'm gonna Dana, I'm gonna trigger
Thanks
you
to
real
be
quick.
there. Thanks to come talk.
Dana, watch me trigger you real quick.
I didn't turn that back on.
You ready? Dana. Dana.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Here we go. You ready?
Pull the trigger.
Here we go. Hang on. Got my jag on. Come on. Kick it back. Here you go. You ready for this one? Got this one today. Got this one today. Look out. Wait. There's more. Wait.
Oh no, is that Kerr?
Oh no.
That
Are you mad, Dana? Look at Dana. Are you mad?
Why would I be?
You're
Kerr.
It's your friend, right? So
You know what? I'm okay to say that I got to be cool with anybody who stands up right now. You know what? I don't have many friends, but I
for the
will
right
stand up
reasons.
for people, right? So we'll see who brings what to the table. Talk is cheap. So
Exactly.
at the end of the day, who stands? I know I have once. I know right to the end. I know I didn't move. I know I was blocked in. I know I've been back all over to many, many protests. I know I'm on charges and on conditions now and before, and I still, I got to watch what I say. I get it. I get it. There's, to me, excuses are for losers, and I just go and I'll step up to the plate with anybody. I'm not
You know
calling.
what?
I'm not calling anybody. I'm not calling anyone out. I'm saying, if you truly are willing to stand, let's not talk about it. Okay. Actions. Period. That's enough, right? Like, be on the right page for the right reason, and let's not just sit here going around and over. Do it or don't, right? But if we don't cry about it
You've
later,
been singing it with somebody else too, like somebody wearing memorabilia or a sweater that is made for somebody, which is an egotistical or prideful way, isn't something to be looking forward to and gonna expect any change. Like myself, I started a group. I wear my fucking sweater proudly, but it's nothing I mass produce or made to try and make a buck off of anybody.
elaborate, please.
Elaborate. Like I just asked you, that picture you were just showing everybody, was that Jim Kerr?
Correct.
Okay, so you know Jim Kerr is a grifter, correct?
I don't give anybody a title. I make my own opinion, but
You give it a title. I'm just
what I call them, how anybody makes their own.
and this is what people need to move forward. This is what this whole process is about. It's calling out people who are taking advantage of people's empathy to make money, to drive them across country, to pay for their fucking food, to pay for their rent. For what? What are they doing individually? Nothing. People are using names that people know. And it's sad. Like I keep saying, and I've said it 100 times tonight, save our children worldwide, preserve the future for our kids.
How many kids do you have?
Still going upon people who are so egotistical, and when you call them out, they block you, but they stand up.
Children? Just a question.
Pardon me?
How many children do you have?
I have 2.
Okay. So you're in it. What are their ages, if you don't mind me asking?
Those kids and future generations to come. Because who do you think is going to be standing here right now in the next 30 years standing up? You think it's going to be you? Or any? I'm young in this. Do you know how old I am?
21.
You guys are in your 50s, 60s.
Who I am? I just for men. I'll fool you.
Okay, for men.
I just for men. Yeah.
Which means full of shit. That's why you're someone I don't know anything of.
So anyway,
and I was involved, and you're not someone I've ever heard of until the ostrich shit.
I have nothing to do with the ostrich stuff.
That's the only time that I've heard from you is what I'm saying. Only time. I've never heard of this Reverend Kevin or Boom Bam or whatever until the ostrich bullshit towards the end. You weren't even there when it was about to happen. You were there at the end. And so everybody that is watching, you're still there, correct?
Where were you?
You're still at the ostrich farm, correct?
Yeah, I'm here right now. I'm petting an ostrich right now.
Okay, there we go. Okay, where's the ostrich? Show us.
That's why I went to ride.
What?
Ostrich.
No, comedian, show us the fucking ostrich you're petting right now. There's no way. I show us the ostrich.
I was there when the 900 shots rang out. You want to see that? Yeah, I got the original video right here. Would you like to see that?
Many people have that video.
Yeah,
I've been there for everything. Okay, yeah. I've been all over every fucking convoy there's been. I was with fucking Jake Bader, Edmonton, and Ron Clark. I was out with Travis to Penticton.
Convoys, you think they what?
Barbara. I was second truck behind Barbara the whole time. I don't know who was I. Does it matter who I was?
What about calling Big Bear?
It wasn't a parking spot.
It was the people's
but I was there and stood up.
That's all. Know how to manipulate social media to make money.
Dick down with you, okay?
But now we're talking both together and we don't hear nothing.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why you're getting so angry with who I am. It doesn't matter who I am.
When did I say I was
I was
angry?
invited to be here, and I came. And under my situation right now, I'm still here because I care, and that's what I do. Okay. Or I could be doing something else right now, which could be important. We've all got things to do, but we're here. So I don't like my time wasted. Okay. It's very valuable at some points.
My time wasted either, but I've been on
I'm
here
here to make a difference. Okay. And I stand to the fucking end, and I'm no bullshit. Period. Write that down.
But you're
Okay?
hanging out on an ostrich farm. What are you busy doing?
You know what? You need to drink your water and mind your fucking business, tough guy. That's all I got to say. Okay. Really, at the end of the day,
Buddy, I
I'm not here
can start
to
mocking you
talk
too,
about
bud.
what you do on your free
I
time.
can mock you too,
I
just like
don't
you tried to
care,
do.
okay? I
How about
don't
you
care.
show us all those shiny fingers, buddy?
Buddy, I'm not worried about my shiny fingers or anything.
Okay, Mr. Ego, keep going.
Wow.
Come on, Rocho,
Please-
man, Randy
please-
Savage. Let's
please-
have some fun here.
We're not there to fight in
grab-
between each
please
other,
grab my
guys.
side.
It's
Well,
not
Like
the
you.
goal
He's
to fight in
just
between
trying
each
to
other.
deflect. He's trying to deflect,
No,
saying that
no,
he's a
but it's
busy
not the
guy.
goal to fight in between
Busy
each
boy.
I have
other.
a spot beside you, okay? That's all I ask. I know you're the guy that needs to be beside me because you definitely will take me and put you over your shoulder and carry me away. I get all.
Norman,
I will say
just wanna
something,
say
okay?
thank you.
Kevin and everyone else, I will say something, okay? Jim Kurt, for myself, I think it's an actor, okay? For myself, my opinion, I don't like Jim Kurt. I don't like him. What I'm seeing from him, it's bullshit. But Kevin, if you want to talk with him, it's its own choice.
Right. And
Me
what
right
I'm
now, what I want real man all together, find a solution, put the shit outside, be able to bring people together, the strong people. And I not because I don't like Jim Kurt, I'm not gonna talk with Kevin. Because if we all do that, we're not gonna have no more people because the other people they all talk with someone you don't like. And this for myself before when somebody was talking with someone I didn't like, I was not talking to him no more. And I push away so much good people. I should not do that before because those were strong people and I pushed them away because they was talking with people I didn't like. And this it's not good because we waste our time, we waste our energy, we waste our knowledge, we waste our force. So
And
for my perspective, I
Norman,
don't love Jim.
and that's fine. And I'm not. He went on saying about that I went making money off my hoodies. Well, let's just go. Dana, what'd you pay for your hoodie?
nothing. You sent me one. Thank you for
I
the
didn't
gift.
pay nothing either, and I know he spent a lot of money, and he shared the clothes everywhere across the country for free. So this I know he don't make money on it. I know that for a fact.
Time.
I know.
And
I know.
I know he was
Anyways,
there at the convoy,
listen,
and he
guys.
makes a lot of noise at the convoy.
Norman, I
that
gotta
either.
go soon. I gotta go soon. I
Yeah,
want to
me
just
too.
say, I just want to say thank you very much. I told Kevin I respected him coming on, and I thanked him tonight. I thank Freedom CJ for his insight and his care for the children. I thank Matthew for offering a different opinion and some insight as well. Okay. The reason why I don't do these types of panels and stuff very often is because I'm more of a let's get to the meat and potatoes than discussing these circular conversations. So I'm sorry, I didn't think I was going to be on a panel. I thought it was me and you speaking tonight. And that I think that's where Matthew might have said, well, you took up all the time speaking. Well, that's because Norman had asked me to explain. It's not an easy thing to explain. It takes an hour. I'm telling you, just to start to understand, it takes an hour. And then it takes another hour. And I'd put tens of thousands of hours into this. Okay. And this is not what I want. This is not what I take part in usually, but I'm giving Norman the benefit of the doubt because I appreciate him actually standing up and using his platform for something that is trying to get accomplishment from. And that is Canadians speaking to each other. If other Canadians see this type of behavior, they don't pay attention to you ever again. They don't go read your stuff. They don't, things like that. So in a panel like this, I believe we're speaking to the people. And so that's why I say I thank Norm as a guest, and everybody else, I thank you, and I have to go. So I hope we do it again, but in maybe a better format that I can help suggest. That's what I want to do to you, to help you, Norman. Maybe even I'll come and show you, or maybe I have another laptop or something that maybe I can just make it, because it's important that you do this. It's important that it's you as well, for a main reason, in my eyes, is that you were one of those key members, just like Jay and Kevin and Ben, that were there in that video that I showed tonight, because we were there at the end. Okay. So, and we were there the whole time on the street, freezing our asses off. And yes, Jay paid for my hotels. I'm not supposed to say that because he's a very humble man, but I was going home. I couldn't do it anymore. I told you I'm sick. I can't be out in the cold like that constantly. So when I was going home, Jay said, no, we need you here. He's the only reason why I got to stay for the full 26 days, is because he took me out of the cold, and I lived in the shed for a little bit, and then he put me in a hotel. So there's good people out there that are really trying to make a difference, but they're afraid to speak because it's called division. But is it? Or is it just discussing exactly what happened and how our voices were stolen? Okay, all the people that were there on the street, our voices were stolen by a monetized advertising and everything else of certain individuals. So that's all I'm trying to be very respectful to people, but like I said, I'm a logic guy and I hurt feelings, but peace requires truth. And I didn't call myself Peace Man. A lot of people keep saying, you call yourself Peace Man. I never did. It was on a live from the shed, which had 26,000 people in the room. And everybody was saying, what are we going to call this guy? And Dave was showing me, okay, at the time. And they said Peace Man, but there's a lot of Peace Men out there. So my name is actually Dana-Lee. So we came up with Peace-Man. And then I looked, and every Peace Man on the internet was taken when I wanted to build a site. But Peace-Man was not taken. So that's how that all got created. And I just want to say thank you, and I have to go. I hope it's more constructive in the future.
Dana, before you go, I know you don't think that I may have the capacity, or I may not believe in the parts that you're doing, but I do believe in the work that you've done. I don't believe in our system, but I do believe that it requires being exposed. And I do know how to get people to view videos. I've been doing it for 4 years on TikTok. I do things to make as experiments to see what they listen to and what they don't, and how things get algorithms. And your content is important, regardless of whether I believe in this system or not. So I would like.
I'll just show you something.
I've seen some of the stuff, but I would want to work with you and you would want to say, here's a group of information that I would like to have put into a video, and together we'll do a video.
I just want to zero everything out here because I don't want to give my personal information out, but I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you specifically, Matthew. Matthew.
My name's Matt. I just put a creative spin on my name because it wasn't commonly used. Light of math is what it means. I like numbers.
I told you I'm a computer guy. Okay. I helped with the alpha version of Hotmail. I've worked for Google as a Google guide and everything else. I know very well about analytics and everything about it. Okay. So I can tell you that I don't need help from, I don't need specific help to get content out because I really just ask citizens to go. I don't advertise and do things like that on purpose.
I don't advertise either.
Okay. I advertise on my own social media. And if people share, that's fantastic. If people ask me, can they do something for me? I consider it. Like the video that Leanne made. I don't know if you watched it, but it's absolutely amazing. And it shows that she's been paying attention since the beginning of the information that I've put out. So I just wanted to tell you about that. And not at this time. Right now, I'm okay with what I'm doing. And I'm not going to put it in jeopardy.
Okay, so the reason I said that was because when we first met, you shared a video with me showing the clandestine stuff, and I only saw 300 or some odd views on that. And to me, that should be viral. That should be seen by millions of people. So sometimes you need to know how to, it's not just about algorithms, it's how you draw people in. You got to create the hook with it, which sometimes it's just literally taking your phone and going like this and punching them. You got to get the first thing in, first 3 seconds you hook them in. So I've been watching how these things work.
I get it. And here, let me give you a little scenario. The film called Unacceptable, right? You've heard of it?
Yeah. Unacceptable views, maybe?
No, just Unacceptable. Have you heard of it?
I haven't heard of that one.
Ooh, okay. So
you got to realize that I'm going after doctors in the medical industry.
I'll just tell you the directors and the advertisers for that film, which highlights Tamara and Barber and tells of lies, is a documentary. And if you don't know about it,
I don't want to watch it.
Never seen it.
That's why.
I'm just questioning everything that you know right now.
You got to stop doing that because that creates more conflict with us. So
no. I'm getting to a point. The thing is, Trinity Productions. That's what you want to be, is a production person for people. Trinity Productions has very questionable people in their organization. It's not about me or my content. It's about who I put that in the hands of. And from my interactions and stuff, that's why I just politely said, I don't think you're the right person. So that's it. We're not going to talk about that again.
Sure.
What's your big view, Matthew? What's the most views on the video you've had?
Well, it got taken down 3 days afterwards when the that Nazi got a standing ovation in the House of Commons. And then I started telling people about Project Paperclip. I exposed that they knew who he was.
How many?
I had 300,000 views in about 2 days, and then it got reported.
300,000.
300,000, yeah. And then it really doesn't matter, but
So like on my TikTok right now, on my 44K account, my highest view video, because every time, like I had one calling out the TikTok scientist, I had 800,000 views on that one. Right now I have it's time we break free from the system. I talk about why we're not allowed to be free, how like I basically had AI look into everything, because I'm not always the greatest speaker. So I know that AI, it's very concise, very, you know, it gets to the point. And videos sometimes when you're using AI gets high views, and it's not coming from my mouth, so it's harder to report. So it basically explained why we're not allowed to be free in this system. And then I also programmed it to talk about breaking free from the system and how we can create our own autonomous systems, our own medicine, our own, free energy, earth ships, just a ton of different solutions. And then it regurgitated it for me. And I have almost 50,000 views on that. So, on the vid, so I'm getting targeted a lot on TikTok. So anytime I vote something, they sit there and click on my video and vote not interested. There's a Discord group that targets me that guy that I have a problem with is a part of. I'm not pointing at you, saying you, the guy that you were in that video with, and I'll just generalize it. So they, because I call out people, and I know I shouldn't really do that as much as I do, but it does put a target on me for doing things like that. So, so on Facebook, I did the video where I was calling out the ostrich farm, and about catching Katie Passitney being a part of global news, saying it was a psyop. She's a psyop. It got like 60,000 views. And then in the period of a week, in all my posts, I got 512,000 views. And then Dana and I had the beef, and then all my stuff, I'm not blaming you, Dana, but we had the long discussion, and then all my views started dropping down afterwards. So
crazy how they can shadow ban like that and take stuff away and just do that. It's pretty.
Well, if you have a big voice and you know how to get people's attention, you know. And then I did the other one with Pat King, you know, and his last name, and I had to apologize to him because I didn't have more proof.
Oh, why would happen?
He ended up putting, is it okay that I'm talking about this stuff, Norman? Because it's not really what.
Well, I just want to say goodbye, though. I've been trying to do that for the last little while. Okay. So I thank you, Norman. I hope we talk again soon. You all have a good night. Peace.
You too.
And please, shameless plug, peace-man.ca/about, and start on that page. And there you go. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Sue, he asked me, like, I wasn't talking about that. He asked me about it. This is the problem I have online. So, anyways,
Curious how to figure out the algorithms and like how that works out and whatnot. I was just kind of curious.
I have figured it out. I have figured out how to get more views on lives. And you know what? If you want to make a big difference in the world, the numbers really do matter. They do. So I'm sorry, but yeah, the numbers do matter to me.
I just asked, like, hey, worries. I don't use algorithms or plan anything. Everything I do for videos is right now. Nothing ever planned, ever. I just do it. I've got I've got a couple million ones, a couple 800,000, couple 6, 7, maybe, I don't know, 30, 40 that are 500,000 on my stuff right now. I don't plan nothing. I wondered how, because I'd like to know how the algorithms work so I could maybe try using.
You're a high energy guy. That's what they want to see. So that's why you'll always get good videos. You have to give them energy, and then you give them information.
Okay.
Yeah, can you give me some energy too right now?
Wake up!
I'm pretty tired. I didn't get the best sleeps this weekend. They didn't give me enough peanut butter sandwiches. I laughed, I cried.
No, not enough ostrich burgers.
Well, yeah, you're right. I wasn't down there long enough. I was there a couple days. I got in trouble from the supporters down there for. Yeah. So anyway,
were they feeding people the ostrich meat?
No, I don't really have a comment. They're nice people. I don't, you know, I didn't follow it
Don't have a comment for a reason.
at the I came down at the end, and you know,
Oh, he doesn't like a good old ostrich burger, like a Blue Jay burger.
I wasn't.
Yeah, all spike protein jabbed.
I got
Blue Jay.
trouble a lot down there. I had to like park by the river some nights or whatever, and
We got a Chris Farley here. You got that kind of energy.
yeah.
Were you in a van?
I do what I can. I went down. I just, you know, want to see what I could do to possibly help and stuff. And, you know, so, you know,
So can I ask you some questions? Like, because I've done a ton of research on the farm. Did you know that before COVID, they were selling like meat, animal products, and cosmetics? Did you know about that?
No, I didn't follow it at all. I got asked to go, and it didn't cost me to go.
Right.
I got asked to go down and check it out, and I went a little bit too late. I was down with Daisy and stuff, and Mike from the Rude Awakening tour, and met some people. I got some trouble for my truck. My truck puffed out there. So anyway, you know, I'm not saying anybody's bad. I don't judge. I think what went on, like I witnessed the shots and stuff. It was pretty crazy to see that kind of stuff go on. But at the end of the day,
what are your thoughts on that they allowed kids to see that?
Well, yeah, I
don't want to comment.
Icy roads, and yeah, it was all. Yeah, I made it back, and then I
didn't want to comment. I understand.
I just, you know, I'm a trucker, born and raised from the Niagara Grasshopper. That's my thing. I wasn't taking a semi down there to scare birds, and you know, I do like helping people, so that's what I went down. I'll laugh. Jim Kerr tried to give me the strong handshake because I told him he should have stayed in and not just signed to get out. That's what I would have done. I don't think he liked that. I'm not saying. I'm not a big believer in all these guys that send stars. You'll never see me say that shit. I'm not out looking for. I agree with a lot of stuff you're saying. What everybody does, each to their own. But you know, like I'm not going to get on them for it. But you know, when you get in to do that, when you're actually in it, and you know the cops are around you, and you get in that room, you know it's the real deal. So you got to make a choice. And you know, like I
there for half a year, not working.
What's that?
When someone's down there for over half of a year,
right.
Not working,
you should have never.
Every day, how are you affording to live upon having a wife who is at that same time traveling and going around other places?
I have no idea where they're going with any of this at the end of their journey and whatnot. I know where I'm going. I know I'm going sooner because I didn't have to do house arrest. I was supposed to get 6 months and got through that. I was just up on some stuff. So I'm just dealing with it so I can get back to the game here. And hopefully by the time this all goes, I see some strong guys that are coming out. And that's what I'm aligning with right now. I didn't know Norm a couple of days ago. You know, I see who's in it, the real ones, and I make my, you know, I always make my own opinions. That's the only way to be, and that's at the end of the day where I'm going to be. So I know some solid guys, and that's what I'm looking for. I know some guys who got grazed by bullets and took off and called cops, and I won't be standing beside that kind of stuff. But each to their own right now. But I know we all live in the same country, and I know if we don't get it right, it's not going to be our country.
Bada boom.
It's what it is, and I know what we should stand for, and I know what our forefathers been, and I know what I've seen when I was just inside on the weekend, and I know it's I know where I felt like I was waking up. It was a different world for me, and the fish pucks, they're always stale. Fuck, and the meals are too small.
It's time to get mad.
I'm gonna get mad, but I didn't talk my way out of it. I didn't cry or get any paint, clawing the paint out. But yeah, fuck, here I go again every fucking day. But will I do it for my kids? Will I do it for everybody's kids? Will I do it for our country? Fuck yeah. I'm still dangerous daily.
So it sort of pisses me off that more people care about those birds than all the people who are vaccine injured and killed by those vaccines. I've seen such a huge outroar, just like CJ was saying about that kid that was like brutally, you know what? I feel a lot of people are being drawn into things that distract us from things that are like I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, they were on the food chain. You know, they don't care about the 17 million chickens that have been culled in the last 5 years. They don't care about the 174 million chickens that were culled in the United States, all because these birds are all being vaccinated. They're all being controlled feed. The feed that these things. So during COVID, there was something that was happening. There was a lot of farmers on social media saying, hey, our chickens aren't producing eggs anymore. Something's going on. They're getting sick. And then they said, okay, screw this. We're going to go to a local feed. We're going to change our feed. We're going to not get away from commercial feed. And then they started feeding their chickens non-commercial feed, non-big Monsanto feed. And the chickens started to recover and they started producing eggs again. So we have to start like my heavy research is on what is environmental factors, what is things that we are being forced to take, our quality of food, our mental state, our poisons that we're consuming. So like I've interviewed hundreds of people that you know have been sick because of vaccines, and it's starting to make me realize that they're doing this to our food as well. They're harming our food. And then when we eat bad food, it harms us. So if people, like, I'm an animal advocate. I've stopped hundreds of times. I have an endangered turtle in my area. It's called a Blandings turtle. It takes them 20 years to mature, which is why if they get hit by a car, they're usually, you know, they don't normally make it. But there is a sanctuary near me. I've got a pretty good relationship with them. Every time I bring them a turtle that is still alive that gets hit, I give them $50, even if it's like my last $50. So I cared. My heartstrings were tugged when this ostrich farm thing happened, and my amazing friend Dallas said, "Hey, I've been looking into this since December. This was in the spring when I started looking in. When I posted it on my wall, I was just like everybody else. I posted it, and she's like, Matt, you got to look into this shit. And then I started finding out that they had changed their website to a donation website right away. But on Google, it was still showing that they were a meat farm, cosmetics, and animal food. They didn't tell anybody during Ostrich Fest about that. They denied it. So, like, that to me was very suspicious. Then you go and find out that Katie Passitney was working for Global News, which shows a psyop. Then you find out that Dave Belinsky has got a record of con artist things. Like Dana Lee had posted something about, and I'd seen something else about it before as well, but that he used to target elderly for their pension and widowed women that had, and he raised $20 million from 200 of them. So that equals to $100,000 that he got per person. He didn't own the farm. So like I looked into tons of things. There was investments into this technology for Struthio Bioscience, which is their company, through a company out of Montreal. I mean, out of Quebec City, I believe it was. That company got $13 million from the Canadian government. And to me, all this looks like is trust the science again and have people start trusting these vaccines to take them again when they create the bird flu, which is going to be another thing that they control the food, they control the air, they control the water, and they control people's mental state. So if they can, like, talk to any doctor, your mental state, if you are not good, like if you think the world's going to end because there's a flu killing everyone, that alone can make you sick. So anyways, I've rambled on, but that's
you know what? You got me, Matthew. I am the TikTok scientist. I'm not gonna deny it anymore. Fuck it. You got me.
Why are you deflecting with that?
I'm
Hey, because I was watching that guy for a while.
don't take it to heart. I fuck around.
Okay, well, I already know you're not, just by the way how you articulate yourself. He uses a voice synthesizer, and he has come onto my lives. I'm like, come on, turn off your voice synthesizer. He changes his voice. He's not fake picture, fake voice. He's even copied my voice.
What?
Yeah. He's used Alex Jones's voice, Chris Barber's voice.
What?
Yeah, you can like do some computer shit where you copy someone's voice and he'll talk like them.
Like phone you with your own phone number or something?
No, he goes on a social media app and he has this thing filter his voice, and when it filters, it changes to something else.
Sounds like what would be AI, but
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's Joe Morin. I think it might be actually.
Feeling right now. What the? That can happen?
we can hear you.
I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, I heard something. I'm like, oh hell no. I don't think he knows.
But yeah, no, there was a lot of things that went on at that farm, and then I ended up getting a big beat with Colin Big Bear because of it.
Well, you gotta empower his voice.
It's all three of them. Yeah, I think it is
ours or something.
I like to call him the shit talk liantist because that's all he does. He lies and he shit talks.
Well, you need to empower his voice, man.
Oh, just being a comedian and acting like you're doing satire because it keeps people distracted. That's where even a lot of people, if you are to expose, tell the truth, and even show them the evidence, unfortunately, there's going to still be a big percentage that still do follow along. They still do look for that hero, and they think everything's going to change upon one or two in particular individuals. When people really need to look within themselves and understand the only way that things change is if we all look within ourselves, become the leader we all are,
yeah,
and we come together and we end all this fucking crazy shit. Because the people united, like the convoy was, never mind the organizers.
Yeah, I know.
Never mind all those people on the mainstream TV, and this is who. No, it was the people who made the fucking convoy what it was, and that will never change.
No, yes, it will. It won't change, but yeah. But like, I really do wish that we could like all go back in history, and I know we can't, but recognize that these people were there to distract us and to start it over again. And
the convoy wasn't about my parking spot. I thought that's what.
For everybody had appropriate parking spot for that.
But
there were so many people that went there.
I spot out of where I want back.
I'll never forget the digs. I'll never forget the burns. I'll never forget the day Canadians actually stood the fuck together, and it wasn't because of a couple of particular individuals. Everybody put in their own assets, their own financial situation, even though they were struggling themselves.
It was beautiful.
And
that was excellent.
Why you was not parked on redoing Sussex, bud?
What's that?
Why you was not parked on redoing Sussex? That was a good parking spot.
Every fuck. A hot dog cart moved. I got lucky.
Yeah, you got right up front.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucker.
I did want those hamburgers and hot dogs. Fuck, they were coming at me hard, and it was nice, but I had to go. I had Rooster's nose in my pocket, and I had to get it to the front line. That's how it went. I still got his nose. Never shut up.
I remember.
I'm going to get you. And I got it. He never did it again. Rooster, sorry. You were get back to your goats.
Yeah, I forgot about Rooster.
Yeah, he was a good guy.
Hear about him anymore?
Guy?
There was a guy named Rooster. He was big on TikTok for a while.
He was a good guy.
He was a good guy?
Was he?
Yeah, he was. Last time I seen him was KOA. He was helping with a couple other things, and he had his family out there. Seemed he was genuine. I never seen him on there ever again boasting about anything, trying to make money, trying to promote something to where people are being divided and sending money to one in particular event or group. So yeah, I had nothing but respect, and he come off like a good guy.
I passed
Because
some time with him on the island.
you had to pay to get into KOA.
But where's he now?
Do you know who took the money and who was helping those owners? It was Rooster. They may have had Lee Mahaffey, as we all know as Peace Man, become the organizer of said event that weekend, because when the Freedom Through Unity individuals came, they couldn't handle it. There was way too many people than they even expected. And they flopped. But they did not lose the opportunity to boast coming out to the boonies that next month. And that was another event that I was at. And I seen how things actually are behind the stage and how people move. And I learned about Dave Paisley, as many know, Dave from the Shed, whatever. Everybody wonders why he disappeared. Well, it's because when he went to the boonies, he actually came onto a 13-year-old boy. So it's like when people don't want to discuss those things or expose the truth and hide things.
Before you say that, have you seen actual paperwork before you make an allegation like
no?
Most of these things that happen never get dealt with. So,
Conversation.
and I'll tell you from personal
This is
experience.
an actual phone conversation without AI, no bullshit.
Against
This
me.
individual had Dave Paisley on the phone, and it was him. And no, he did not admit that he was trying to have sex with this boy or that. You know what he did admit? He told this boy to read this book, and I don't know the name, but he told this boy to read this book, and the book was about an older man being sexually together with a younger boy. And then the guy disappears altogether. He's doing all these lives. And just another thing, you know, it wasn't Dave from the Shed. He actually hitchhiked a ride with Jay, who owned the Shed truck, and they built the Shed in Ottawa. It wasn't even a thing until Ottawa.
You know, I was parked right beside it, and the lumber laid against the truck, and I made him move it because it blocked my mailbox. You know that I was on Dave's show many times, and
Yeah, but it wasn't even Dave's show. Dave had nothing to do with the Shed truck. He was one who hitchhiked a ride. And one, like, if you remember Shots by Hill?
Pardon me?
Do you remember Shots by Hill?
No.
Everybody was yelling, truck, yeah, truck, yeah.
Yeah, I got the stick.
Well, that's fucking Shots by Hill.
Well, this
Austin Hill. Not too many people know or really care that he got in an altercation on his birthday months ago this year. And he's a young kid.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Got in a fight, and he accidentally ended up killing somebody. And he's up for murder charge right now. That's why his shit's fucking straight off social media. No one ever says or mentions anything about him anymore either.
Oh.
No, this is where I've kept saying, and I'll say again, people need to really focus and come together for the children's future. It doesn't matter about any of us.
We need to be there.
Particular individual.
It's not just them.
Put me on big real quick.
That's why I go against all the vaccine shit, because like they've been, like, I've got proof they've been killing people since they started. Those vaccines, all the childhood vaccines, all of them are unsafe. They've never been tested for long-term negative side effects. It's called Section 13.1 for cancer, genetic mutations, and infertility.
You don't see nothing.
Here we go. Here we go. 1 sec. Here we go. Is that truck sticker you mean right here? All these ones?
No, that's Frank Peters. That's a different person.
It is?
Yeah, that's a different person.
This was this is the actual Freedom truck right here that was there. This truck
came from Austin Hill, which Frank Peters did his own thing and created his own group, and he's put in a lot of money. He has helped out a lot of people.
This one?
That was a good friend to him. They actually went down to the
farm, and they were actually one of the ones who attacked that neighbor that day everyone heard about, but they try to hush under the rug. And another thing that really got my goat is everybody loses their shit when they see these other protesters who aren't from Canada burn a Canada flag. But when you see a Canadian burn a Canadian flag, people try to justify it. But you could search it up right now, and it's how it is. It doesn't matter where you're from or who you are. If you burn a national flag, and you're charged, but they get off with it.
Right.
But then there's other individuals like Jim Kerr that they got arrested for whatever bull. Oh, because he was there for too long. They were annoyed with him.
Yeah, for feeding the
We
birds.
know that.
You know that a flag is a corporate logo from the corporation.
Oh,
that-
1,000%. If people don't
So, like,
understand Canada's a corporation by now, fucking they've been lost in the dust for a long time.
I don't care if someone burns a flag. It doesn't bother me none.
No, but it's in the retrospective everybody talks upon, and they go off of racist terminology when they see somebody else doing it. Okay, and I'm going to say it. Palestinian protesters, when Palestine is a serious issue, we're all fighting against Zionists. You don't understand, we're fighting against not Jewish people in particular, but Zionist Jews who do know and who do believe in they are the superior race.
I'm standing for child medical. I'm standing against it. That's why I just talked about section 13.1.
No, but like standing against it, like this is something, and you
No,
can
no.
look it up. You can look it up
It was-
yourself.
it was
Other
a comment.
countries have been trying to stand up
It
for
was a
you.
comment. It was a comment I was responding to. It
Oh,
wasn't-
okay.
Hold
Sorry.
on. Call from the Antifa 1 sec. Hello.
Call from Antifa.
Yes, I have to paint something. What? Okay, later. Sorry.
Jenny, I've been trying to expose what Big Pharma's been doing to kids and adults for a long time. So both Norman and CJ get off the live.
They call me all the time, man.
Yeah, because this guy's talking about Antifa. I'm sorry, but when I laugh and that, I want to take it off because this is supposed to be a serious live.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll tell you this.
And I've been on here for over 4 fucking hours.
I feel like we're best friends already, man.
I know, like fuck. Come on, bud. Where's my sweater?
Hey guys, 5.20 minutes hour for me.
Boom.
Yeah, it was a long live.
Mm-hmm.
This is the longest live you've had this far with this.
So,
and how many people are tuned in still? I'm actually going to check again because
I'm having problems with it on my phone. I can't even comment or see new comments.
I'm going to check.
I can only see it through our chat.
There's actually currently, well, it said 57, then I click into it. Now it tells me 48 people. So there is still people that are tuned in.
We were supposed to have a different live, and well, clearly that didn't happen. So,
well, and that's one thing that I do want to express because I do understand where Dana was coming from, where Norman, asked him to come on and say some things.
Yeah.
But Norman's been asking multiple, and he wants people to come on, say their things, and have constructive conversation with others so we can move forward. It's not all particularly on one person's dragging things out. And I give the benefit of the doubt. I give people their time. That's what we do. He has the information out there. A lot of the people that have been tuning in tonight have already been aware of this for years. So who did that reach tonight?
well, there was probably new people it reached.
A couple, yes, but
productive. It's the Masons I want exposed. That's why I kept bringing it up. The Masons are controlling the world through Zionism and other religions. And Christian Zionism in the United States is much bigger than Israeli.
Oh, it is, but they're not even actually a part of it. They've been manipulated because they've used the Catholic, the Roman, etc. church for many years to follow within their agenda.
Yeah.
To mislead the masses. But because before we had TV, before we had internet, before we had these ways of communicating, everybody listened to the radio, everybody watched the TV to see the news, to know what was going on.
The programming.
Well, 1,000%. But now we have these tools, and that's the thing, is it can be used in a positive or negative way.
Yeah.
Now, many are and have been using it in a negative way to gain from others.
Yeah.
And this is what
Hey
we're
guys,
supposed to be exposing together. So,
can you send me Star, please?
Star? Who's Star?
Sorry, Facebook does not have my credit information,
Oh,
so I can't do that.
Me as well.
Fucking
man, they fucking send me a shit a year over ago.
What you
Fucking
say,
verify
Kev?
yourself and have the blue check mark. It's only $25. Fuck you.
Oh, it's
What you
cheaper
say,
now. I
Kev?
think it's $2.
that
Two.
Yeah.
gave me the strong handshake. He tried to give me the strong. I gave him that
Jim,
strong.
man.
I laughed at. I love the strong handshake, man. But I love it.
A handshake says a lot about a man. Now, this is one thing I'll say, and I've said this to people within my area that are personal within this and want to know what's going on, and they know because I was in these situations. I met Chris Barber. The guy is taller than me, way bigger than me, twice my size, and I'm a big guy. I'm not that big. I've never had that weak of a handshake, even from a girl.
Well, he tried to hammer me. Well, in fact,
And they are too pussy to come on live, so
Oh,
that's
they are. They're watching, though. They're watching.
Mhm.
times and on the way down, and then twice at home here.
Queen Charles.
Well, these are facts.
Well, and that's the thing is it's facts over fear. What are we going to be scared of with speaking our truth? We've sat here and watched these other individuals use their time, manipulate other people to benefit within their own means, and they're not actually giving into or producing anything positive for our communities to move forward.
Better come out. I got conditions too. Come out where you are. You can do it, bud. Come on. It's not about the money. Let's do it for free.
Let's go, the hero.
Freedom, let's go, let's fucking go.
You
Pat's not taking over this live tonight.
put it on your truck. The guy, man. You led the convoy, man. Get in line, Reverend Kevin. Don't take a picture on the highway. You better go home. No, bud. Bud. Now go to your hotel and have a sleep again while we sit and free, bud.
Well, and that's where I had no respect for them because the only ones I actually truly have respect for during the convoy were the ones who were out on the streets, who didn't sleep in hotels for those 3 weeks.
I led the convoy out in the morning and it passed by me.
You know,
He's the man. I've never seen anybody shift a gear like that. Wow, it's so beautiful. Turn off the radios.
but let's end things on a positive note. And like Matt's been saying, let's try to lead this in a way to where the next live is going to be a little bit more constructive, a little bit more on point.
Those guys.
So people understand because it kind of has been all over the place.
I'll bring in a bit with us,
Norm,
like in hockey, our bit.
call out, Norm. I'm saying, come out, Chris. Come out, Chris. Have a talk. Like,
They won't. I've tried calling Chris out. He I
Just a
did a
little
live.
chat.
I did a live where I was looking into his net worth, and he was tipped off that I was doing that. And then
They block me every time.
he did a video about me, and then I called him out, and I said, "Look, all differences aside, let's have a conversation." And he went and told other people, "I'm not going in his live. I'm not going to do it," because he knew that I was going to out him.
he's
So.
like right now. He's got a
Well, that's the same thing when ACL was starting this whole thing.
No,
And then
okay,
Norman started it, and then Pat took it over. Now, when Pat took it over, I had many comments calling Pat out. What did Pat do? Because he had control. Deleted all my fucking comments.
Yeah, he's got me blocked too.
and he didn't let nobody go in.
No.
Except-
Well, he let
except
Angel
for-
go up.
So he lets who he knows gonna not say too much to expose him. That's what it is. Because I did meet with George when he left Castleman, and I could shine light on more things, but it is what it is.
I still haven't got over the block. I don't even know what to do anymore. Every day I think about it, go. How will I?
Carol, you don't need to take it personally. I see your comments. Carol said she was sleeping in the hotel, but Carol, she's one of the ladies. She was standing in front of my truck when she get beat, and she fucking hooked on the truck, and she didn't let go. And we tried to go help her, and we had the fucking cops with the machine gun on us. They didn't want us to get out of the truck, and they was beating Carol in front of us. So no, we don't.
No,
take
I
it
didn't. So that's the thing. Yes, like Norman was saying, I didn't mean to out anybody who was in a hotel. Some were fortunate enough to get one, but not many who were involved were aware of that because only certain individuals were able to get in, and then the cops, Ottawa police, and that they bought up every other room so nobody else could get in.
Yeah.
I
But-
think it was because they brought the elites
Yeah,
in to watch the show.
accident like this, that's a frozen
Because
finger.
they started kicking people out of their hotels, and like my friend was like an hour
That's a
south.
pump freezing, a mop freezing finger.
This is a horn honking accident. Who has a horn? That's my diddly finger now, but that is from the trigger on my horn right there. How cold it was. That was in a cast for 7-8 weeks and still never healed it. She'll never heal, but that who could do that? A horn, honk, 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 honk. The honking was in effect, and apparently Chris told everybody to do it. That prick. I don't know where the name Revan came from, but apparently I had that on the way down to my book, but that didn't happen either. That was after the fact, I think. So those fables are. I never did get royalties for that. So bad.
Yeah, it was beautiful, Angel.
Tamara, come on now.
Well, guy, I think it's time to
Yeah,
go to bed.
we've had a
Yeah,
great
my
live
girlfriend and I-
tonight, guys. Honestly, 5.5 hours.
I'll need all your addresses and phone numbers so I can come over tomorrow and hang out.
Well, you better get ready to come to
I'm
Niagara.
waiting for you, man. I'm waiting for you.
I thought you were making turkey. Fuck, I thought we are gonna have dinner down there.
Man, I'm having. Yeah, we're making turkey on Christmas. If you can make it down to Ontario.
You want to see what it is, a real turkey? I'll show you one, okay? And that's not my bigger one.
Okay, well, keep your pants on.
At least we have some humor with this.
You gotta make light of rough situations.
What? About a 300-pound.
It looks like a bag.
What the fuck? Is that a Trudeau
it is.
turkey? Is the fucking
Oh my God,
turkey
it's a
playing
Trudeau turkey.
blackface?
It's a Trudeau turkey.
He stole my turkey.
It's not white no more. He's black.
So
I had no choice to put it in a big bag because they won't fit on the other bag. It was not fitting. Too big.
That's what she said.
Turkey.
So Norman, I got the waste vegetable oil system running in my car again. So after Christmas, if it's still open, I'd like to come and hang out for an afternoon.
The
'Cause I
24th,
don't
we
have
do
to-
a supper. You can come.
Sure. Yeah. If you want me to bring something, I'm cool with that too.
It's gonna have a lot of food.
Yeah, well, it'd be after Christmas. It won't be like Christmas Boxing Day or something.
But at Christmas,
These guys taught
lot
you.
of food.
That's
I watched a guy drink fucking dressing this weekend. So hungry. He was drinking little pack of peanut butter. You guys
Well,
are
if you need some canola oil to cook that turkey, and let me know. I got tons of it.
Oh hell no!
Yeah, you don't want some rapeseed, so you might want to stay away from it. But it makes really good fuel.
You guys are a bunch.
Okay, guys, thank you to be there tonight, and
Great.
shut the drive down. And
Okay,
yeah,
God
this-
bless you, brothers. God bless you,
video
brothers and
again.
sisters watching. We all need to move forward in protecting our kids worldwide.
Oh yes. That's the main goal.
Thanks for having me, Norm.
Have a good night, guys.
You too.
Great. Much love. God bless.
Getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate, separate and segregate. Don't celebrate, quite yet the storm is coming to you, for heaven's sake. Dollars that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country and our God is what they consecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feel this lies manipulate, intimidate. Forcing us to simulate till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on these streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour, troubled souls, one of God's servants. Lay down, cut the grass till we see the serpent.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because they move. We've been dancing with the devil. It's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is feeling and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God,
truth is hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on, but chose to just neglect it. Deflected by some breaking news, all we just accepted. Expecting just to fall in line and follow their perspective. No question their objective, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, lying out of sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheap. Drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you. The devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is feeling and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day we see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day, I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to